web app, and we're gonna see if we can get that audio fixed, which I think is cool.
Oh, they said there was a problem?
Well, I was looking through on a dev console, and it's one of two things. It's either they're missing a code in the header, which probably you would need because JavaScript updated and they didn't update the code, or what I think it is just the audio file doesn't exist in the server anymore. So I let their, I'm not sure if it's them directly, but I let their their support know, and she seemed very like, oh well, actually, she like listened to the problem, and is like getting in touch with the dev team and is gonna call me back and let me know what's going on.
Nice. They're like, people are still using us. They're still using us. Quick, fix it.
Yeah, well, I was like, your name's on it, so hopefully they don't just take it down completely. But
right.
but I was very polite about it and just like, hey, I've noticed this and some other traders have noticed this, and I figured I'd just reach out and let you guys know, and if that's something you can fix, that'd be awesome. So hopefully we can get that back online.
The squeaky wheel gets the oil, man. Sometimes you gotta, make some noise, get shit done. All right, we're at that 200 retest I was talking about. We should come up, retest that 50, and then when we bearishly retest that, that's when we'll drag the 13 down with us.
Yeah. I got to move all my money out of crypto.com. I got in this trade at the bottom. I'm in a winning trade. They just kicked me out because of low liquidity at fucking 415. Excuse my language.
Really?
Yeah, man. I mean, they've got low liquidity problems. I mean,
what coin were you trading?
Bitcoin, leverage trading, and they kicked me out. I mean, and it's different every Friday. It's a different time when they do under maintenance. Like,
wait, you're trading leverage on crypto.com?
Yeah, sometimes.
How?
I don't know. They let me do it. Crazy.
I think they've got some options stuff over there, but I don't know if they've got.
Oh yeah, they got leverage. You can do crazy leverage, and yeah, stupid. But I've been with them a long time. I got money other places, but I've been with them such a long time, and I got so much crypto.com tokens. It's like, I want to get rewards for trading with them and all that. And I'm sick and tired of this low liquidity. And every Friday, it's different timing. I mean, I tell them on customer service site, listen, this ain't gonna work with some big players.
Yeah.
They want to trade anytime they want to. Y'all keep doing this shit. You're not going to $1. Yeah, see us break out. We're over to VWAP on the 1 minute. Well, yeah, we're over it now. Winning trade. Don't get it. I'm on customer service with them now because I'm like, it's every Friday. It's different with y'all. Damn, look at her. Oh, yep. Yeah, I can get that icy rose if I wanted to, but I don't. I ain't. I'm pissed with them now.
Yeah, that's a lot of money to lock up for free Netflix and some executive airport lounge services. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, if I had it in 21 to put down, I would have, but like now it's too late. Like, I know why they want to offer that 20% APY on their coin. They did that at the first of the year or before the first of the year. Because it's like you're going to be round trip between now and the end of the year. Even with that 20%, more than likely. Yeah, I'm over the VWAP. I'm in a winning trade, or I can just cut it short and they kick me out.
All right, this will be our big test here. Welcome back, everybody. Let's see if we still got these big players down. Our guy for 64 mil is gone. Yep, that's down to 9 million at 101 now instead of 64 mil. He bugged out. And let's check our guy at 102. 12 mil. Yeah, I don't know if it was as much a spoof or if they just gave up on those prices when we broke out.
Yeah, I'd be up. Man, I'd be up a couple hundred right now. Shit, more.
All right. We moved some up. There's 47 mil at 103 now. So there's some of that lost money. Yeah, 47 mil at 103. Another 6 mil on top of it. So that's 50 mil at 103. And another 26 mil. Yeah, we found the money. We found the money. They moved it higher. All right, 10 mil at 102. Hold on. 10 mil at 102.6. 47 mil at 103. 6 mil, 2 mil. Where's that other? I just saw it. At 47. They just moved that other order? There it is. 36 mil. 36 mil at 1029. 47 mil at 103. There's still about 30 million outstanding from those two buy orders. If I could find that 30 mil somewhere. All right. Lost a little bit of it, not much though. Still sitting at close to 100 here. Just a little bit higher from 103 to 1029. That's in this vector gap here. $1029, which was about there. Get rid of this guy. Let's make sure that they didn't move these lower. Higher. Trump is coming down to its last bit of support here, y'all. Anybody's still holding tight?
Trumpy. Trumpy Dumpy. Maybe I can get some of that. It's a nice downfall. What's the market cap on that monster?
6.3 bill, fully diluted 31 billion.
Is it me or does that seem a bit excessive?
You are not wrong. You're not wrong. That's an understatement. I was watching this thing climb up through the 30s and 40s with my mouth open, like, what the hell is happening?
I
think the
mean,
mindset
seriously,
was
what type of liquidity would even be there at a market cap like that at
The-
that high of a price?
The biggest shill of all times, yo.
A bunch of bots.
What made it do it was that it brought in people that weren't even in crypto. It just brought in Trump supporters, right? Like
Well,
they could pay with they
control.
could pay with credit card. They didn't even have to have stables or anything. You just jump in, put your credit card in, buy some.
Yeah.
That's what you
They
get.
could also buy their own shit and pump it all the way up.
No, of course.
You remember when he auctioned off his Lamborghini and it just went way overpriced?
Cool.
I think that's the same mindset they have. Like, oh, it's Trump, make it more.
Trump auctioned a Lamborghini. Sick.
It's just I mean, it's easy money, yo. It's easy money. That's why the people that are upset about it are saying that it's an abuse of power or influence, but it's easy money. You've got a huge following. You make it easy to buy, right? Literally just come in, put your credit card down. It's like, think celebrity coin, at its highest, in its final form. The president of the United States telling people to buy something, right?
You see, they released a bunch of information on the assassinations. That was interesting. Woo-hoo.
Yeah, it should be a good couple days of YouTube rabbit holes.
I did not know. Did you watch any of that?
Nah, not yet.
The JFK one? Wow. That was shocking.
Can you give me the cliff notes?
FBI did it.
Yeah, that was God. I don't even want to ruin it, man. That was God. Didn't see that coming.
I don't even
They
have
had
to
a
see
special
the
gun
notes.
and everything.
I don't
They had a
even.
special.
I told you what my theory was. My theory was always that it was the Secret Service agent in the front seat that killed him.
Oh yeah, and he had a special gun and everything.
Oh, it was? Was I right?
Yeah, you could see him turn around and shoot him. They have these bullets
Bro,
that when it hits
I
the
literally
body,
just said that shit the other day. That ever since that idea came across my head, I can't watch the video without seeing the dude turn around and shoot him. Every time I see the video, it's super obvious.
Yep.
That's crazy.
His name was, and what has happened to him?
No,
I don't know.
didn't
We're
see
gonna
that.
have to go dig. It's gonna be fun though. I want to watch it now.
Yeah, they were doing a thing, man.
He's dead.
Yeah, that was like a YouTube iceberg at one point where they were showing how he had his gun hanging out in the back.
Yeah, I saw it way back in the day, and I haven't been able to unsee it since then. I just saw it in passing too. Watched it for a second. I was like, whatever. And then every time I saw the video, I'm like, and then you could see his wife's reaction. Like, she looks at him and she's like, "What the?" You know what I mean?
But I think also someone said it might have been an accident.
The gun was made out of some.
Well, we know now. Like, at least we know what's in the files now.
So the shooter went to jail for nothing.
Oh, please, he was a patsy, just like everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't shoot him.
Hey, someone got to take
Either
blame.
that or they set him up. They set him up for it and just wanted to make sure that the job was done.
Didn't they give him the death penalty?
Well, okay, we did kind of know about this one already. So who was on the airplane with Epstein Island?
Yeah, he's not releasing that. We haven't had that executive order yet.
I wonder him Him almost getting assassinated has anything to do with this?
Bro, we know that the FBI and Trump have beef, right? So this was just as soon as he announced the three that he was that he was gonna release, I was like, oh, snitching. We all know the FBI. Don't know how, maybe don't know why, but at this point, I think everybody's kind of got it around their head that the FBI had something to do with all three of those.
Well, I think if we're paying the taxes, it don't count as snitching because we pay for it.
No, I'm just playing as a president. If he wants to snitch, he can snitch. It's just funny that the person that gets the brunt of it is your enemy. You know what I mean? It's like a targeted release. I appreciate it though. I think we should know everything. Release all of that shit. Let's see where all the bodies are buried. The thing is too that anybody that was involved with any of that type of shit has been gone out of the FBI already. Like it's a stain on the department, but it's not like anybody is,
Yeah, I was gonna say, show me the Carfax.
Yeah, those people are already gone.
If you want to make your brain rattle a little bit, I know it's kind of dumb, but that guy who does the voice for Bob's Burger, look at his other show from Archer. Just watch that shit. How you see these secret entities do shit and start wars, fuck up on shit. Like, just imagine all of them doing that type of shit.
Archer's a great show. Like Archer is 100% witty banter with a little bit of ties to reality.
Who, Galactic? Me? Warming up to Trump? Hell no. These are presidents, bro. I don't warm up to any of these fools. The thing with me is if you get my vote, as soon as you're in office, I make you prove it. You know? You gotta hold their feet to the fire.
It's just when some people don't like someone, they won't actually point out the little bit of, okay, that's okay. They won't even give them that.
Now, with me, it's the opposite. With me, if the person that I vote for doesn't win, I don't even complain about the guy that got in. Listen, y'all voted for him. That's what you get. You know? Votes have consequences. But when I vote for a guy and he gets in, I tend to be harder on him.
Yeah, you have to be. No one else will be.
Yeah, you have to, bro.
If you,
They already got your vote.
yeah.
They can't get reelected. You know what I mean? So now it's like you really have to make sure that they stay on track and call them on all their bullshit, even if you like them.
Yeah, I feel like if you put the blinders on, like you're more likely to make rash and bad decisions based off of those blinders. And if you're cognitive and conscious through it, then you're gonna have a better perspective of the reality of things, right?
Yeah.
Because the truth is they all lie. And they all do not have our best interest in mind, although some of them, the policies they put forward do benefit us more than others. But
9 times out of
outside
10,
of
the
that,
shit just happens to benefit you, but it's, you know, because you're positioned in the right way.
yeah,
All of this shit
exactly,
is self-serving.
You know, they
100%. Or they'd make it illegal for them to trade stocks. You know, it's like there's more benefit to them than there is to us. I promise that. And like the occasional time where you get someone who's actually trying to affect change, they tend to not last long.
All right, looks like we're getting that bearish retest of the 50 here. 13 is now dragging down underneath the 50. We need one candle of confirmation. So one more 15. I mean, one more 15-minute candle, and we'll know that that momentum shift is locked in. On the 5-minute, you've already gotten your momentum shift at this point.
Hey, I was gonna ask, how do you feel about uh Ethereum? Like I was reading some things yesterday about kind of where it's gonna go or where it went historically, and with the recent investments by uh the Trump family and stuff. I was curious what your thoughts were.
Definitely underperforming, but I think it's underperforming because of all the people that didn't get in on the Bitcoin ETF, in my opinion. So all the institutions that got in late and had to jump on the Ethereum train because they missed the early entry on Bitcoin, in my opinion, have been suppressing it to be able to accumulate as much as possible. So I think Ethereum still has a run. I don't think it has that face melting run that it had, during the last bull market, but I think it still has its go. Big money loves yield, right? When things start going and people start getting that wealth effect, money starts pouring into DeFi. That total value lock goes up, price goes up. Tell you one thing, even if you don't like Ethereum, if you're in utility coins right now that aren't ISO compliant, you better hope that Ethereum runs. I've got ETH. I've been building ETH positions. It's hard not to with ETH BTC sitting where it is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Soul is
attention.
built off of ETH, right? I was just thinking about the talk about the Soul ETF and all that stuff.
Yeah, that for me is the next bull market thing. There's not enough time in this bull market for. I mean, maybe if there's some official ETF news, you can get hype, but we saw how long it took for Bitcoin to take hold. We're seeing how long it takes for Ethereum. It's not like an overnight type thing. And then you have to worry, right? Because the second you start announcing ETFs, you better make sure that Grayscale isn't holding any of that coin. The first thing they're going to do is dump it.
So I was also gonna look because another point is I guess since I'm new and I'm kind of just getting to know really the bull cycle, what are things that I should start thinking about for when we do hit that bear cycle, and how I change my perspective per se.
I think the focus
And
has to be heavy Bitcoin when you're in the bear market. Dominance is going to take that run down, but when it gets down to its bottom and it starts moving again, Bitcoin will outperform everything around it. So the way it's typically played is your dry powder goes into Bitcoin at the bottom of the bear market. And while Bitcoin dominance is doing its thing and Bitcoin's going up, your dry powder is bubbling. And then once it gets to the point that Bitcoin dominance is taking a hit and the alts are ready to take their run after they've had all their shakeouts basically at this point of the market now, you would then take your Satoshis and put it into things with low Satoshi values that are showing relative strength against Bitcoin. Alts go up, your Bitcoin goes up, right? Because it's like a leverage trade on the Bitcoin. Towards the end of the bull market, when there's 2 to 3 months left and things are getting sketchy, you move everything back into Bitcoin, so you only have one thing to worry about, and then you take your profits and you rinse and repeat. That's the safest way, in my opinion, to play the 4-year cycle.
So in some sense, I mean, that's kind of what I've been, because I don't have a lot of assets in it right now. So it's kind of what I've been doing in like these smaller or micro bear movements, right? Is trying to swap between to keep it from losing its value
Yeah.
in the short term, and then riding Bitcoin back up basically, right?
and then sometimes swapping out for alts as certain alts uh, show themselves to be reacting in a healthy manner to
Mhm.
Bitcoin's movements.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I guess so that makes sense. I can't remember the question. I'll think for a second.
No, it's all good. You basically got it, yo. It really just comes down to protecting the value, protecting the purchasing power of whatever money you have down at the bottom of the bear market.
Oh yeah, so my other question was so with alt showing healthy resistance to Bitcoin's movements, right? Is that is that normally kind of similar within the bull market as the bear market, or is that going to change like what
No, during the bear
altcoins?
market, alts will get absolutely slaughtered with every downturn on Bitcoin. 5% on Bitcoin will give you 15% on the alts. It gets bad. It gets really bad.
Yeah.
That's why I focus
But
on shifting back into Bitcoin when we get towards the top of the market, because when things start to turn, I'd rather have my entire portfolio go down 10% in Bitcoin than that 40% candle you're going to see on some of the alts, you know?
Yep.
yeah, 100%. I guess what I was trying to ask is like have you noticed in the past that like some of the altcoins that show resistance in the bull market are different from the altcoins that show resistance in the bear market? Does that make sense?
Yeah, there's a lot of variables, right? Because sometimes a coin is showing relative strength because it hasn't had its full unlocks, right? If you're running off a low float and there's a bunch of coins locked up, it's going to run stronger. Problem is when you get into the bear market, teams start to release all those coins, so you get a lot of dilution in the alts. The only alt that I can tell you that stood up during the last bull market against Bitcoin was BNB. And that's because CZ was aggressively selling Bitcoin to prop up the price of BNB. But other than that, everything takes a hit. Now, you want to remember those coins down at the bottom, right? But you have to be careful with old cycle coins. Of all the coins during the last bull market, less than 20 of them out of the 2 million coins that we have now, or out of the whatever 20,000 that we had during the last bull market, less than 20 of them outperformed Bitcoin during this cycle.
Yeah, so I guess that's really where like my research into these alts and
That's what happened.
what they're
That's what we
doing
do
is
during the bear
important.
market. During the bear market, we really hone in on research. We get into the fundamentals. We find out what teams are actually building, right? Because that's when you can tell what's going on. What you want to see is the coin that you're interested in. You want to see the team building during the bear. You don't want to see any sort of funding rounds where they're trying to get money, right? Because you just came out of a bull market, so you should be cash rich, right? This is when you reinvest in the project. If you don't see them reinvesting in the project, then that's a problem.
Yeah, so it's kind of like watching out for inflationary tactics and looking for who's actually
Yeah.
uh, yeah,
Or like the old heads used to
growing their
say,
project.
just check the chimneys for smoke, right? They'd go to the old steel mills
Yep.
and they would just watch. And if the chimneys were going 24 hours a day, then they knew it was good. But if you go to that factory and those chimneys aren't pumping, and the factory next door to it, they are, then that tells you everything you need to know about how the business is doing.
I like that one. I'm gonna keep that one.
So that's what we do during the bear market is we check for smoke, right? We check for partnerships, new partnerships being built. And then we keep a real close eye on circulating supply, right? If you're trading something that isn't fully circulating, you want it to be completely out by the bottom of the next bear.
Yo, yo, yo.
What's going on, brother?
You're looking at ETH?
I
Or
was,
you
yeah.
were looking at ETH?
Yeah, ETH is still looking good. It's still got that inverse head and shoulders going.
And I think this cycle, Sol is the clear winner, like on chain. No one's gonna
You know,
Like,
Sol
it
was
took a while
definitely
for,
one of the 10 that outperformed 20.
yeah, and it took a while for everyone to go from ETH to Sol, so they won't go back that quick.
The people that
Like,
come
just
into
for
ETH to
options.
push at the end aren't people that go into Sol. The money that pushes ETH at the end is money that gets locked in for
Oh
for
yeah,
years.
whales and such.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you just have to wait for them to be cash rich, really.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty obvious if you think about it. Like in the top 5, all the tokens have pumped except ETH, and the chart's looking bullish. So at some point, people are gonna rotate into ETH, I think.
It's not a coincidence that we haven't had a market wide alt run yet, and ETH hasn't run. These two things are connected. We're having great narrative
Yeah.
runs. We're having amazing narrative runs, and if you're good at catching a new narrative and going in with going in with weight, going in heavy on new narratives, you've done great.
Yeah, but it seems like the rotations are also getting quicker and quicker right now.
Yeah. The inverse head and shoulders on ETH is right here, Drew. On a daily or the weekly. Nice macro inverse head and shoulder.
So what's the measured move? 8K?
Yeah. 8K plus whatever blow off top you get from the bull market.
That would give us a nice drop on BTC dominance, right?
Which is what sends the alts going.
Yeah.
That's what we need. Even if you hate ETH, you want to root for this to break out.
A lot of people hate ETH, man.
Hate it. Don't trade it. But don't root against it, or you're rooting against a lot of your bags.
The only thing holding it back is the ticker.
What's going on, Big? Yeah, I mean, I could show you what I want for the weekend trap, what I'd like to see for the weekend trap. Actually, what time is it? Because we need to keep an eye on CME close. CME is about to close now. Right, so CME close is going to be here at 105. We've got that 46 mil, that 37 mil there. Enough liquidations to get us down to it. So I would like to see something like this. And that would be our weekend trap. Something similar to that. This would be our trap shorts. Our trap longs are here for right now. And then our weekend trap would be somewhere around here. That's just me future tripping, crystal balling it though. But that's what I'm looking for.
Why is the trap not going until the top of the range where the trapped longs are? The weekend trap, like, is it just a range between the...
The weekend trap is range bound. The weekend trap is... So we're used to bear traps, we're used to bull traps, right?
Yeah.
Bull trap, bear trap. The weekend trap is all of this. The weekend trap
Oh,
is
it's
this
the
entire
entire
pattern,
range.
right?
Yeah.
So what it is your bulls get their margin trapped here, right? They're in trades. Hasn't gone down far enough for them to pull. They're still hoping that something happens here, right? Your bears, when they get trapped, their margin is trapped. When you come up into the weekend trap and neither side is given an exit, then what that does is that traps the margin of both degens in the market, right? The margin is trapped. They can't do anything unless they just pull and take a loss or whatever. But
Yeah, I was just asking because you put the range like in the middle.
yeah,
I was
so it's
wondering why it's
usually
not just from the
it'll
very top to the very bottom.
it'll usually be in the middle because it revolves around the CME gap. So CME is
Yeah.
about to close here in a couple minutes. It'll probably be about there. And typically what you'll see is typically what you'll see is about a 1% range.
Okay. That's what I was wondering. Like, how do you choose the range?
Yeah, you'll get a
So it's like
1%
something.
range that hovers around the CME gap because market
Oh, yeah.
makers' job is to keep price as close to the CME gap as possible for Sunday open. Right? Their job is to provide balance, keep that gap closed. The easiest way for them to do that, to keep control, is to take the more aggressive traders out of the game for the weekend. That's the purpose of the long and the short trap. Your aggressive traders get pulled out of the game for the weekend, and then volume dies to almost nothing.
But the shorts haven't been trapped yet.
No, shorts
right?
haven't been trapped yet.
Okay.
No, we've only got one side of the trap right now. So that's why I said I'm future tripping a little.
How
But
can the degens let this happen every single week?
they degen, you know. Easy. Degens are gonna degen, brother. One thing they're gonna do is degen. So next step is just wait for CME to close. ETH on the 15-minute, you said. Still in this bullish channel, right? We failed to break out yet again. We can actually run this bullish channel. You're coming up to your uptrend. Just want to hold this 50 EMA here on the hourly. You can hold this 50 EMA here on the hourly to just be another touch on the uptrend, come up, clear these vectors. But be aware you can come all the way down to 31.4 and still be inside this bull flag. More importantly is that we have made the bottom of that right shoulder. Right, so on the macro, what you don't want to break is this range right here. This will change structure, and this will bring you back all the way down to the bottom of that right shoulder again. That's your line in the sand right there. 318, 317. It's a no trade for me right now. Like if I was thinking about getting in right now, it's a no trade. You either got to wait for support or you got to make a higher high to short. There's not a lot of meat left on the bone, right? 4% down to support. Yeah, we can wick below. There's a lot of confluence here, though. You got the 200, you got the 50, you've got your uptrend. Yeah, you're in from early then. 317. What, you caught the bottom touch of that support basically, or you've been in from these wicks? Just watch the structure, guys. Right? You're putting in higher lows, but you're also putting in lower highs. Yeah, Beam better, but Beam shit better recover. How much money is I got sitting in Beam right now? That's where you need to get back over on Beam. But we do have vector gaps down to 158 here. Right? You see the weakness? That's what we need to recover from on Beam. Yeah, AI XBT needs a little bit of life breathed into it right now too. This measured move, if it breaks down, isn't going to be great. It'll take you through those vectors. But a dead weekend for Bitcoin should fix all of this. Yeah, that measured move takes you through all of those vectors. But seasonality doesn't lend to this, right? This is a massive drop for AI XBT. And if one thing we've seen this thing do is hold its levels. Right? Look at how this thing holds its levels once it gets back over them. So I don't really lend too much credence to that measured move. I think at the end of the day, what you're going to get here is more of a flat top descending wedge. Right? We just have to hold that 200. Holding that 200 changes the whole structure, changes the whole play out. Because that flat top descending wedge gives you new ATH. So what's really important here is coming down and actually holding this support.
All-time high for this thing, 96. Yeah.
You know, 90, yeah, 5 something.
96.59 on MXC.
Yeah, so if you're in AI XBT, you definitely want to watch these levels as a whole. 61, 60, you don't want to come down underneath 60 cents. I love my ultra wide for looking at charts, Raj. The problem is to stream. I can't stream my ultra wide because unless you have an ultra wide, it's just going to look crazy. Right, so I've got regular format monitors, regular square 32-inch format monitors for my charts. But it is nice to slide Bitcoin onto it is nice to slide Bitcoin onto a 49-inch monitor and literally see like the whole price action.
Yep.
My biggest AI holding right now, dollar-wise, probably virtuals.
That's one I missed out on, man. That, thing had about $5.25. That's crazy. Yeah, down over 50% since there.
But this is my AI list here. I've got a good amount of AIOZ as well. Got some Akash.
Which one? AIOZ, is that the one you and Rob were running a node for a long
Yeah,
time?
yeah. DPIN project.
Yeah. Gotta find another one of those. We haven't seen a good one in a while. Boy, it was the last one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna run a crazy amount of them during the next bear market.
All right, so Sui did the bad thing out of this bullish channel, bearish channel that we were in. And we were hoping that this W pattern could pull us out. But we've been looking at this for a while. We know these things break bearish when they break. So now it's about holding structure here for Sui. Right, it doesn't look good. You're coming underneath the 50 on the daily.
I think you can thank Solana for that too.
Right.
I think money's going back and forth between them two. That JFK stuff is crazy, man. They had a special gun they made just to kill him and everything. It was an electric gas-powered ear gun. It's what's liquid. Here, they even switched his brain and God. Jeez.
I'm looking at 3.6 here. Worst case scenario for Sui. And in that resistance, that SR flip right there.
Six.
It's been really respecting these spider lines since we drew them, right? Since it went into all-time high, it's really been respecting these spider lines. And we just broke our spider here. The nature of the spider lines is when you break one, you reach out for the next. The next one is sitting right here at the SR flip at 3.6.
Where's Sui right now?
It is at 4.15.
415.
So that's the first area I would look for a reaction. Right, it would be the same as when we popped up. You see how we held on these double spiders here? We held once, twice, 3 times, then pushed away. Coming back to test that range. Soul is looking good, man. Soul broke out of that bull flag. It came back, it retested, and it's flagging out now underneath support. I mean, underneath resistance. Having some problem getting over ATH, right? You see all these wicks here. Let me check. Let's see what those orders are up there that's catching us.
Was there more news on Solana ETF?
I haven't heard any.
Yeah, Grayscale just filed for one. It's pretty
Oh,
new.
really, Grayscale, huh?
Dun dun dun.
It's interesting how the Trump thing, like what's it called, World Liberty Fi, they're not buying any Sol. They've been loading up on BTC and ETH.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because Trump made his meme on it. That's
But his advisor David Sachs, he's super deep in Sol. He was like one of the early VC buyers. There's even a clip of him where he's talking about dumping it on retail back in 2021.
Yeah, so these, you see these buy orders, these thick pink lines here. This is what stopped us at ATH every time we've come back up. I mean, the one good thing is they're not really heavy above how they were here. Right, we've gotten through most of that. We've absorbed most of that already. But we might have to come back down and pick up some buyers to make that next push. So let's see what we have underneath for buy orders. It was 3.5 mil that dropped us. There's a 3.6 there. There's a 4.5. Yeah, it looks like coming back down to this resistance, picking up these buyers right here, should be enough to give us another attempt at ATH.
ATH now 293, something like that.
They're sitting down between 251 and 250. Go back to Soul chart. 251, 250. I'd be coming back down into this range, coming back to grab this vector, clears that imbalance, and fills all those orders. These liquidations. Oh yeah, that's perfect. More than enough fuel to get there. Tons of orders sitting there. Vector gap imbalance, uptrend. I'd be targeting 248, 250. That whole range right there. They're going to try to see if this administration is going to give them the in-kind, DJ. I don't know if they will. Honestly, if you want to know my opinion on it, I don't think BlackRock wants it either. Why would they? Right now, they get to take their dirty fiat and pay people for their Bitcoin and hold their Bitcoin at a time where everybody's accumulating. I think that them even filing for that is just making their people feel like they're doing something. Biggest complaint is that it's not in kind. It just doesn't benefit BlackRock if it is in kind, in my opinion. I think the way they have it set up right now is perfect, right? You buy Bitcoin, they buy Bitcoin to cover your Bitcoin. You sell your Bitcoin ETF, they give you some of that dirty money they've been accumulating for the past 100 years, and they keep your Bitcoin. It'll be interesting to see what be interesting to see if they get it or not, though. For us, for the consumers, you want in kind. Oh, excuse me. Rune is getting demolished, bro. Every time I look at that Rune chart, it looks worse.
So we're doing good for a little while this morning, but that all turned around. Dominance started shooting back up.
Your 786 retracement for Rune is at 145. You had a chance to hold Golden Pocket, but that thing bled through. A knife through butter. We've always liked that Golden Pocket because of the SR flip, right? That's why we were sort of looking at it the other day. Right now, you're at about as far down as you would want to come down and still be holding some sort of technical structure here, right? Break out, come back down, retest that. If this isn't your bottom, oof. That's not your bottom, things are going to get ugly.
Good.
Yeah, same. I mean, you do have a vector candle on the way down, right? So market makers leaving orders on the way up. Market makers setting longs here. But that doesn't mean that it won't keep going. You got 2 days for this weekly candle to close. I hate to say it, but it does look like you're at support. Just be really careful on this. This could go bad. This could go bad quick. Come down into this vector. I don't even want to run that percentage for you, but it doesn't look far, right? Breaking this structure and coming down into this vector doesn't seem like a big deal until you run that percentage down and realize that's a 50% drop. Even if you broke and came down to the next level of support, you're looking at 27%. Ponky, yeah, I'll look at Ponky for you. Yeah, alright, so we missed that SR flip. Almost done clearing this vector, but we did put in an M structure at top, so that's not great. These when you see an M top like this, that the left side goes higher than the right, but it's just a liquidity wick. These are one of those like last hunt M's, right? Where market maker takes one last swing, takes whoever they can out up top before turning around. Typically you want to see it lower. But if it is higher and it's just a wick, then that's just like a liquidity hunt that happens at the top of the M. Now this is only if this breaks. Haven't broken yet. And yeah, I'll check to see if, I'm not even sure if CoinAnk has Conky, but I'll check. They do have it. Binance Perp.
Do that. Do you look at the XCM at some point? I'm in a short and I'm looking like maybe 0.01 something to 0.08 on a short.
Yeah, give me a second, I'll pull it up. Why is this chart so horrible on Binance? Hold on. That's not gonna help me at all here. What is wrong with these charts on? You see the dates here.
Funding rate is coming back to a positive. Is that a sign that it's getting strength, or is that just closing positions?
Why won't this thing populate? Yeah, these shits are horrible on CoinAnk, brother. I'm not gonna be able to get you any good data on the liquidity there. I don't even know why they bothered putting those charts up. All right, so on the hourly, you're just riding this thing, right? You're gonna want to break this structure here soon. This doesn't look good. Yeah, that's not great. Bro. Something needs to happen here on this chart soon. If that bear flag breaks, that's gonna break your resistance and your support resistance flip. If your support resistance flips, then that M pattern is gonna be, you know, all but a given. So you're right at the point where you can't look away from this chart. Yeah, you need this double bottom to hold, or things are gonna get a little spooky here. XCN drop, put in a higher, lower high. Right, you're rolling over. On the 4-hour, you see the issue here, right? Pure vectors on the way down. Have to retest this 50 at some point. Your best hope here is that you can go sideways long enough for this 50 to come up to price and save you from clearing some of these lower vectors. But we all took profit, right? Everybody here took profit on XCN after it ran crazy for God knows how long. I'll be right back.
Hello, hello.
What's going on, Mike? Give me 1 second. I just had some packages delivered. I gotta go grab them. Yeah, Darren, I think we got our trap longs in. CME just closed, so we know what range we're gonna be in. And we've got 46 mil sitting on top of a 37 mil buy order down here at 103. Those 102, 101 orders we were looking at yesterday, that 64 mil and 30 something mil, those are gone. But they did push them up here to 46 and 37 mil. So what I would like to see is come down, grab that, and then get back into the range. Pay no attention to those candles, they're drunk. Yeah, we trapped higher than the last weekend trap, yeah. And hopefully we'll set our weekend trap higher, right? As long as our weekend traps are climbing, it's good. Nice. Yeah, that was a good short. We knew this push up of the symmetrical would give us our trap longs. Somebody's got a open mic in their pocket or something. All right, I'll be right back. Let me go grab these packages. All right, I'm back. Just started heating up the grill. Throw some steaks on the grill tonight. Gio said Google coin. Those that app narrative is kind of going silly. It started with Vine, and then you had it just went from there. Twitter coin, Instagram coin, Google coin.
That seems such a delicious dinner, brother.
We'll see. We'll see. I haven't done it yet.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
I have a small position on this Swift coin, and it went up like 80% today. But I was looking, how does this work now on liquidity?
The meme, you mean?
Because it reached all-time high. It's a Swift coin, and it's a swap. I think they use that for a swap in Europe, but on Coinbase, it reached all-time high. But and then I looked at the KuCoin. So it looks like it's just double topped in there. If you can look it for me. The ticker is SWFT.
Yeah. Let me pull it up on. Mexi, you said, right?
And KuCoin it was higher. Oh, that's the MEXC. Looks like it didn't reach all-time high in MEXC. Interesting.
15 cents is where you're at right now, or penny and a half.
Yeah. So it looks like it was higher on MEXC. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like you went for some wick recovery here, but we're leaving a vector behind.
Yeah, I took a percentage out.
Okay, good.
That's what I thought, Manny. That's quite a big vector. And for knowing how this coin moves, it moves pretty fast.
Yeah. Got
But
a couple
I was
levels of
looking.
interest here, but
Yeah.
try to run. Thing already hit its first fib extent. Yeah. Perfect, right up to the 1618. Excuse me. Yeah. We know the play here. Watch
That's
volume
what I
though.
thought.
Like,
yeah.
If volume doesn't decrease, if for some reason this volume keeps picking up, but you've got decreased volume on increasing price, right? Your volume divergent right now.
Yeah, that's what made me think, because of XCN did pretty much the same. I thought it was done, and luckily I kept the runner like on this one, but it kept pushing like crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that will touch the 50 MA as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that seems like a pretty good one of interest. Oh, I sound like I'm dying right
Man, BTC, I really thought it's gonna push higher.
Nah, this is. It needs its little weekend setup, its little slowdown. As long as we keep trapping higher, right? Our last weekend trap was between 104 and 102. We just keep setting this trap higher. You're seeing the baby inklings of the beginning of the trap here. We need a trap short still.
Yeah. But the BTC dominance too, man, is kind of spooky a little bit for it.
Yeah, it's very volatile. Look at this.
Also, yeah.
Always a little spooky to see something go sideways against resistance. But we'll see. See if these alts can step up and take their little chunk out of dominance.
Yeah. Jasmine held that position where we looked at yesterday. Hopefully he's gonna hold it, but we'll see.
Yeah, Bitcoin's just curling up in my opinion, Sean. We're still in that SOS. We took that diamond that everybody was freaking out about for a week and pooped on it. Yeah. Yeah, I see us dropping down 1029, high 102s, and then coming back up into this range. Drop out for the weekend. Nah, it's going down there. It'll go past daily open. We run this same play every weekend. We can trap down as low as this double bottom before I even work. But I think our trap shorts are going to be higher. These orders are going to kick in. So to stop that dip, maybe a wick under. Excuse me. Yeah, point of control is sitting right at CME close. Actually, the visible range might just map out the entire weekend trap for us. Value high, trap long above value high. Point of control is your CME close, so that should be our range. Value area low. Decent target for those trap shorts. I'm still looking a little bit higher though. I'm still looking at a point retest, just so you guys understand what I'm thinking here. I'm still looking for a point retest of this breakout of the symmetrical. Trap shorts, pop back up, weekend trap. Finish the measured move on Monday. Yeah, it just showed resistance at our higher levels. Our POC, our value area high was lower until these last 3 touches. Right, that dropped our value area. But it's really just the SR, right? Our SR flip from this entire range. What's creating it. But the point of control being higher shows strength. Right, the majority of our price action is happening closer to the value area high than the value area low.
Yo, back in the building.
Good, bro.
Just got my new boom box in the mail.
Nice.
Retro. None of that funny new stuff. Looks like a real 80s boom box. Got it in silver. This thing is bad. Ooh, I love it. CD player, Bluetooth, 80s retro look with the handle.
Nice.
It's big. I got another one coming in the mail. I got a one that's even bigger. It's got a cassette player and a CD player on it.
Damn, where do you find cassettes? You still got cassettes?
Yeah, man. I listen to cassettes in my car. I got a 2002 Infinity Q45, the same one that Nas had in the video. If I Ruled the World. I'll never get rid of it. I play cassettes in that. I'm going to be playing it in the boombox. People buy these things. People are still buying CDs, vinyl, and cassettes.
For sure. One thing I'll give some of these young kids is they're really gravitated towards the retro sound, especially the vinyl. Go to people's houses and they're listening to records and shit now. Like, cool.
Well, that's good to know. You must see something I didn't see, because all I'm seeing them listening to is streaming.
Yeah, it's more the hipsters than anything, right? The guys that like to be retro.
It's definitely not the trap rap guys I deal with.
Drew, the POC is just your value area, right? So if we go to any given chart, just look at XCN for a second. And you go to your fixed range volume profile. Just pick the area that you want to analyze. The top, what your area of value is basically is this is where the most amount of transactions have happened within this entire range. Right? That's the top of your value area and that's the bottom of your value area. The point of control is where the most transactions have taken place. Right? If you're not looking at the lines and you would just be looking at the graph, it's the longest bar, right? Your highest level of support. Excuse me. The nature of it is, this isn't a good example because we blew it out, but the nature of the value area is if you get to the top of the value area and hold, price will seek out the point of control. If it loses the point of control, price will seek out the value area low.
Got me a new phone too, finally. Got me a deal. Got the Google Pixel Pro.
Nice. Phone upgrades are always good, especially if you wait a while to get an upgrade.
Oh man,
Didn't
dude, I'm one of them guys that doesn't spend nothing on phones. Like this phone I'm using here is a Walmart phone called a Blue. I bought it for $35. And this other phone I got, I just paid $200, but it was like an $800 phone. I got it used, and it looks like it was brand damn new in the box and everything.
Nice.
I was working with the kids. Did I hear you talking with Drew? Was he an XCN?
I don't know. Oh no, I was talking to Drew in the YouTube chat.
Oh, so another Drew. Okay.
Yeah, Drew with a V.
What happened? Did it hold? Because I tried to short it last night and got scared.
No, it's not. I wouldn't say. I mean, it's holding, yeah, but it's still wedging out. It hasn't broken structure. I wouldn't be mad at ending a short on this. I mean, you just gotta get in another short if that's what you want to do. But
no, I've been done. I was shorting up there at the top,
yeah,
and I got scared.
I don't blame you. The way this thing has been moving.
The one coin that's not scaring me is Melania. I believe she has a lot more to drop. I wonder what Melania's market cap is. I should probably look.
Trump is still hugging that support. Down to 81 million trading volume. This is ridiculous, guys. The amount of volume that's been lost on this coin. We were sitting at 3.5 billion a couple days ago.
Exactly. Let's face it. Who wants to buy that?
Nobody until there's another spike. Nobody will get interested in.
I think that whole pump was manipulated. It was just they were pumping their own thing up by buying it while they were already in it. Took it up to 70, and that was the end.
Yeah, but did you see Melania's dress and hat? Completely worth it.
No.
You know, how was she gonna get that hat if they didn't do that?
Do you have a section of Discord where you can like post pictures, just like general?
Yeah, you can do that in general, or you can, if it's something funny, you could do it in memes. And I think
Okay, I'll
there's
show you.
one that's, yeah, just put it somewhere.
I'll put it in general so you can
There's
see what I got.
memes off topic chat just for random shit. Just put it in off topic. Yeah, it's on a really large time frame, Sean. That inverse head and shoulders is like on the weekly, right? So just focus on your lows. As long as you don't put in any new lows and you're holding, we're just in a waiting pattern at this point. I've got some more orders in on ETH right underneath the wick in case it goes for a sort of deeper right shoulder. Because the right shoulder is a little short, not a lot, like literally just not even half an inch on the chart to where it should be. But I do have some gridded down there just in case. That would have to, that Head and Shoulders would have to invalidate for me to pull my ETH position at this point. I mean, risk reward is great. That's why I'm interested in ETH, aside from its shit performance. But just from a risk reward standard, on both the ETH, on both the dollar pair and the, on both the dollar pair and on the BTC pair. To be honest.
Check it out.
Give me a second. So risk reward would be, I mean, even if you were just getting into position right now, you'd be entering here. Your risk would be, you know, you're getting out underneath that right shoulder. That if that breaks, and that would be your measured move. So I mean, your risk reward is almost a 10-to-1 right now. Obviously, it would be better, right? If this did retrace and come down a little lower, your risk reward gets way better. But even where we are now, nah, I don't know about sky's the limit. This, in my opinion, this is the last macro pattern that ETH has during this bull run. Meaning this is the measured move that gets you up to ETH's top. After this, we're looking at topping patterns, take profits, maybe a blow off top. Yeah, what's going on? Yeah, it's basically where it is. I've got it set to where a co-equal low would be to the other one, but this doesn't, I mean, having it there doesn't invalidate. Having it there is perfectly fine. Having this right peak all the way down here is perfectly fine. What you don't want to do is come into this vector gap, because this vector gap is going to create problems. This will invalidate it. But where we are now, that green box that we were looking at is fine. Then the chart will show it and we'll take profits like everything else.
And I don't know, but I had this conviction on ETH, man. I added it 3,300.
Yeah.
Just playing in this area.
I mean, yeah, you could let it run if you wanted to. You know, if you're interested in opening an ETH position at 4K for the breakout, when you could have it at low 3Ks with a stop loss, that's a play.
What the hell is this? Fingerprint unlock? Hell nah. Using that.
They already got you, EMAD. You might as well just use the fingerprint.
They don't got my fingerprint.
Yeah, I mean, ETH BTC is the real problem, right?
Oh my God! Speaking of that, did it ever? It's still going down. BTC is disgusting.
ETH BTC is basically at the last point that it could get to before people are going to have a really hard time making excuses for it.
It's fucking sick.
So this large symmetrical that we've been in, this vector gap is the last acceptable spot for me. Right? I don't want anything to do underneath that vector. So for me, when it comes to the ETH BTC play, it's even better risk reward because my stop loss is more evident.
You gonna take it?
I'm already in my ETH position.
BTC?
We're just talking about if for new positions.
Yeah, you took it. You took Bitcoin and bought Ethereum with it on the pair.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't get that.
I mean, it's super cheap. If you want to buy ETH, buying it with Bitcoin is probably the best deal you're gonna find. The question everybody has to ask for themselves is, do they want to buy ETH? That's personal. Yeah, we'll look on Bitcoin. Make sure these guys are still behaving themselves. Oh, this is our area of interest on here. 38 mil still there. 46 mil is still there. Got another one for 7, another one for 2, another one for 2, 3, 100K. Yeah, roughly about $1 million. I mean, sorry, roughly about 100 million still. If you add what's up top between here and there, 3 million, 1 million. Hold on, let me make this easier. $1 million, million. Those staggered millions at every whole and half number. 10 million at 104 flat. 7 million at 104.2. Everybody's still in place. I don't know. Jupe has some serious sell pressure from that Jupe has some serious pressure from that airdrop. I guess they're trying to fight against it with a burn, but I don't know. I got rid of my Jupe. I took that airdrop and I ran. Right, I'm probably gonna throw some steaks on the grill while we trap these shorts. Doesn't have to be quick either, guys. This could be long and drawn out. So settle in.
Yeah, let's do that on BTC and let's pump Ethereum. Ethereum's time to go. Rockets.
The best way to have dominance not go crazy is if we don't drop quick here. All right, take a couple of hours to come down through these licks, nice and slow.
Yep.
Yeah, Rez, that's what I'm counting on, bro. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, Masa. I'm throwing some steaks on the grill. I got them marinating right now.
I got some steaks I'm gonna have tonight myself.
Yeah.
That's what I like about crypto. I mean, if you do it right, of course, it's nice to be able to go to the grocery store and get what the hell you want.
My future plans for the channel, Roger? First and foremost, that everybody that's here makes it out of the top of this bull market alive. That's my number one goal. My number two goal is that everybody's set up for the next bull market by the time we get down to the bear. As far as the channel goes, followers or whatever, we'll find our tribe, right? The channel will get as big as it's supposed to. But my goal is to not let it get too big to where we can't have one-on-one. Nah, I appreciate y'all, yo. Yeah. Just try to keep everybody focused on the right things at the right time is my plan. Yeah, man. So I'm gonna give it like 15 more minutes to marinate and then slap those puppies on.
But yeah, I've been with crypto.com a long time. Long time. Well, I've just left Chris a few messages. Nothing harsh, but I've chatted with him before, and I just did some more chatting.
Nothing wrong with that. Got some answers that got some questions that need answered. If you want to hold my money, that is.
Yeah, well, I'm tired of the low liquidity excuse. I mean, when you have that problem, that means not a lot of people trade on your platform, so you're doing something wrong. I mean, that's how I'm taking it.
Yeah, or your market makers aren't doing their job.
Yeah, and I've done called them. They're automated. It's all automated with them. The market maker and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I've noticed like, look, you know, I was killing y'all that one week, and then y'all did some optimizations, and now I see y'all's contract is a little bit too far from the Bitcoin price. Y'all have changed something.
Yeah, they seem like I'll never admit it. But, so I did some diving into with the customer service side of things, and they have a strict policy of not providing any sort of internal metrics. But you have to, like, the burden of proof is on you as a customer to prove that anything is wrong with their system, but it's really hard to do that with no internal metrics. So
Well, that's
basically they're basically just looking for you to not understand the contract, and that is their first assumption by default. And then if you can provide proof, then they fall back on like how easy it is to provide, or how hard it is to provide validity to your belief, right? Without that internal metric. So it's been fun. I'll say that.
These exchanges are horrible, bro. We've had people in this Discord have their stop losses taken, right? Or have their take profits skipped and have their trades completely wrecked. And literally had people from support try to make them prove why they would take profit there. Literally telling them out of their mouth, nobody would take that's not a normal place to take profit. You excuse me? Like we're talking about my trading style now? It's crazy.
Yeah, they all of my gains that I made with my actual assets in the last while, other than when the Trump coin came out, I'm recouped some of my losses, but essentially, one thing to watch out for with crypto.com is that instant deposit is essentially you have to have that in your account for 7 days. And so they're basically providing you what's essentially, to me, a loan. Because they don't validate whether or not you actually have those assets. So I ended up 795 in the negative. And so they were liquidating all of my assets for 795 based off of leverages that I would not have made. And that the transactions hadn't posted on either side, on the crypto.com side or in my bank account. So they heard not the nicest side of me. But that's you do have to really read those agreements when you utilize any function like that, because they are leveraged, or they are banking on you not understanding the fullest extent of their agreement, or not understanding the language and how that translates into reality. So,
yeah. Problem is
crypto.com's good as an on-ramp.
You gotta kind of stop treating these things as banks. Like, these are stores. I don't really care what happens with these exchanges, because I come into the store, I buy my coin, I take my shit, and I take my money the way I do in every other store in the world. Problem is, people want to go in there, buy something, leave the thing they bought, leave their money for when they come back in case they want to buy something else, and then you freak out when the store does something stupid with your shit. But you wouldn't do that anywhere else. You wouldn't go to Walmart, buy a TV, let them keep the TV and keep half of your paycheck because you're coming back tomorrow and you might want to buy something else. So why do we do it on exchanges?
Yep. Yeah, it's definitely it's been a lesson in, like, your personal responsibility as a customer or a client is important to keep in focus. It's very easy to end up on the wrong side of the ledger.
Yeah, and get a I'm sorry email for it, or some bullshit
they won't even give
explanation.
you an I'm sorry.
Yeah,
They'll just give you a copy
explanation.
paste response of the agreement. Yeah. So Yeah, which
Most
is
of my shit straight
more
to
than
hot
most
wallet.
shit.
My daily trading, everything's coming in and out of hot wallets. My shit that I don't plan on touching for a couple days, longer swings, stuff like that, right into the cold wallet.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm done with them. Yeah, I'm done with them. I recommend anybody not to ever use them. I mean, no financial advice, but yeah, I'm not. They're done.
The only thing I would say is, well, exchange is coming out in 2025, but as an on-ramp, I don't think it's bad to have access to an on-ramp as long as you see it as that. If you see it as an exchange, it isn't. It's really because all you can really do is market orders and then leverage within their time frame with their contracts, right? So it's not a real exchange to me. But as an on-ramp, to be able to swap coins or to get into into these layer twos and layer threes and into Web3, it's great, right? Because it has access to coins that other marketplaces and exchanges don't.
Crypto.com
So
DeFi wallet's really good. It saves a lot of that, a lot of those issues. You're more in DeFi, you've got a hot wallet, you still got a straight connection to your cards and everything to bring in money, you know, through crypto.com. But you've got custody of your coins. Right? They're not holding it. You're holding it on your wallet. Slasher with the one gifted. I appreciate you, Slasher.
I do like their earn accounts as well. Like if you they have flexible accounts, so you can pull it out pretty much anytime. But just to get like a decent and not so sketchy APR on some of your coins, if you're trying to keep your your assets alive, that's a good way. You just have to kind of make sense of the high APRs versus the risk of what that price is going to be like. But like even their Tether APR, you get 4.5% for like a 3-month lockup. So if you're not sure what to do, like sometimes that's a good way to keep your money alive and you get some bonus APR, or you can put it in the flexible and have like a 0.1 or 0.3% APR, which still isn't bad. And then you can have access to it. So there's some things about crypto.com that I like. It's just I think it's for a lot of new users, it's a kind of intentionally, I feel, designed to bank on their inexperience and misunderstanding of the agreements, right?
Yeah, they kill you on market buys.
Hell yeah, they do. And I've told Chris about that. Like, dude, like a couple years ago on REQ, like y'all had that price like 15 cents higher than everybody else. And then it wasn't until like a couple of weeks, then going back, y'all had reset the price on the charts where nothing was foul play, but y'all was over 20 cents higher on RAQ and selling it to people. And it was like people that was trading RAQ on Coinbase was killing it, but y'all had it all wrong. And it's I blow up Chris.
What kills me is that when you're in a position and you sell, you don't get the buy price.
Yeah.
You're looking and you're like, it's right. The premium is there. If somebody wanted to buy right now, they'd be buying at a higher price. But you selling the coin that you're holding, you're getting a lower price than average.
Yeah,
they eat off the spread. It's like Robinhood, right? They eat off the spread and they sell market order flow to make up for it, to make up for exchange fees.
Yeah, and you just have to I think if you pay attention, there are, like I said, as an on-ramp, there are coins on there that you can't get anywhere else, at least from a major, US either exchange or marketplace. Outside of getting into Web3 or going through another, blockchain already. And that has some advantages for sure. But I look at it the same. If you go on Coinbase and you're buying market orders through the simple version versus the advanced version, you're gonna pay higher fees by a long shot.
As an American, you take it
so
though. As an American, you have to take it though. We don't have many on ramps and off ramps to our banks, right? So like, we just, you know, keep those in the clutch, use them for what they're worth. Don't day trade on there. You know, if you are going to buy anything, make sure you're buying it long enough to make up for that spread. You're holding it long enough to make up for the spread. But it's really just convenience. That's all it is.
Yeah, 100%. And you pay for that convenience, so you have to know that.
Crypto.com DeFi wallet is the quickest way to get money from your bank into DeFi. Through Crypto.com, right to the DeFi wallet, and you're ready to go.
100%. And I think that is the kind of the key feature of Crypto.com is the speed at which
The
you
only
can
saving
on-ramp.
grace. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, 100%.
And that's great sometimes. Like if you use that to get into a trade faster than you would otherwise, there are actually like big opportunities, but not just within Crypto.com itself. Like you have to be using it to get to point B faster, right? For it to make sense to pay that extra fee.
Yeah. And new users get free deposits, which was big because I was bringing in a lot of money. I would have had to pay a ton of money in any other exchange.
Yeah, for sure.
I've been telling Chris, like, look, man, I want to build a set to buy and sell already. Let the market come to me. I can't do that with y'all. Like that's what y'all need. I have buy stops, 10-second
Well,
buy stops.
that's the
whatever.
full exchange. If you really want to get mad, ask them about the desktop exchange that the rest of the world has that we don't. In other countries, they're on desktop. They've got stops. They've got limits. They've got all of that. It's this app-based shit. They haven't okayed them for that desktop exchange. Or the thing with Crypto.com is that they're really careful not to step on the SEC's toes. They're very careful. They don't push the limit.
That's kind of a good thing, right? Like I think in some sense I want them to succeed because they've been sort of safe about it, and I would like to see them continue to be an American exchange. I just want some more clarity and especially warnings for some of these newer users, right? But at the same time, like I had to go through it. I feel like it's kind of you have to learn it if you really. In some sense, it'll ideally cost retail a bit, and that will kind of keep some of the more volatile investors out, because they'll accrue losses instead of the market accruing losses, right? So hopefully that keeps it kind of works as a barrier, and then I want them to succeed. We're supposed to get sometime this year, like mid-year, the actual exchange here. Although who knows whether or not we'll get futures.
That would be great. That would be great, in my opinion. The same moves that Robinhood is making now, right? With their new Robinhood Pro or whatever. We talked about this. God, what, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when Robinhood was shitting on people with Doge and nobody wanted to trade Robinhood. I said Robinhood has to do two things. It needs to come out with a DeFi wallet, or three things. It needs to come out with a DeFi wallet. It needs to have more options, more crypto options on, because we only had like 3 crypto coins at the time. Need more crypto options, and more importantly than anything else, there needs to be a Robinhood Gold with real charts, with TradingView integration, stops, loss, trailing stop losses, full featured, Robinhood Pro sort of exchange. And that seems like the direction that they're moving in. It took them long enough. They did a good job with their hot wallet. I'll give them that. They did a good job with the hot wallet. It's actually decent.
Oh, by the way, I was going to say for Crypto.com, I would highly suggest not using their leveraging option. But if you're going to, do know that the chart that they use to provide results is not the chart that you see on TradingView. It's particularly, I think it's the CDNA Crypto.com perpetuals chart, which I don't believe they provide an API to TradingView for the public.
Yeah, they
So-
don't. It's all whack. I know it. I've been with them. That's the exchange I've been with the longest, and I've got a lot of Crypto.com tokens. I hope to hell I drop that shit 10 cents. I hope to God. I'm gonna let you know when I do sell. I mean, but damn it, I just doggone it, man. I mean, they got to do better because the big boys is not going to use them. If they don't get their shit together, it's not going to $1, and the big boys ain't going to use them.
I wish we could. Yeah, no, that's true. And I wish we could do peer to peer to crypto, because then I'd be like, hey, let me get them tokens at a nice little, you know.
Yeah, I don't like their contracts because like they was tighter on the contracts, and then they get looser. So it's like, when you're you think you're in a winning trade, their contracts could be over $200 off, and it could be lagging on purpose. And I know they do that on purpose. I think all of them do that on purpose because every time it's different. I mean, I remember everything, and damn it, every Friday when they do an optimization, I know it's different.
What are you
They
seeing
got
here, Dbloc?
Breaking support on Trump. This is where you don't want to be.
Yeah, I'm waiting for. I feel like Trump's gonna have to drop down quite a bit before it starts to rise up again. If it does, and it may eventually at least get back up to 70 or top it, but it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be some time.
Well, it's going to probably turn into that Roar token that launched off of KuCoin that went to like $800 and then crashed to like a fraction of a penny, and now it's nothing.
Just dump it. I'll be a buyer back at like 4 billion, 4.5 billion. I'll be interested again.
Yeah, and I think it will, like, just the nature of Trump as an entity, and therefore the meme kind of having some association to the name, right? Is I think it'll have another wave. I just don't know when that's going to be.
When this changes, when we're not sitting at $87 million trading volume anymore.
Yeah, 100%.
Way too low. That's way too low for a $6 billion market cap.
I honestly think what it's going to take is some whale Trump supporter is going to
5
get
green
in at
candles,
some
bro.
point and
5 green candles on an hourly is all it'll
Yep.
take for people to jump back in.
Yeah, fair enough.
Everybody's watching for some sort of turnaround.
What I would give for even half the gains that I got off that initial wave.
Is the FUB of USDT have an effect on Rune?
Rune is just having its own issues right now. Honestly. Alright, hold on guys. I gotta go throw these steaks on the grill. I'll be in and out until they're done. I'll be back.
I got a bag of Rune, and I'm like, oh God.
Hey, Dbloc, did you hear about those rumors are on XYO partnering with Tesla, installing in their vehicles some of their apps?
Yeah, I don't know if that's true, but yeah, we all heard about that. He went to go throw some steaks on the grill, he said.
Yeah, that guy. I was looking at the guy who put that. I don't know why he doesn't even follow on Twitter the XYO Foundation. That dude that posted the picture that on a February 17 at Tesla headquarters.
Mhm.
He claims to be part of XYO, but interesting.
Yeah, I feel like that's a pretty good sign if you don't follow the organization that you claim to have association to, that your statements might be inaccurate.
Yeah, right. Because why? No, yeah, it kind of doesn't make sense. Yeah, he doesn't follow anybody. You claim to be on their foundation, and you don't even follow. Yeah, that may be a very big red flag.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to be like, oh, we don't follow anything, but like, you would at least follow the thing that you know what I mean? Like, that's weird to me.
Yeah, if I don't see any hype on X about a coin, I don't really mess with it because a few times I've jumped into something and ain't seen no hype, thinking, okay, maybe I'm just early. No, you ain't early. You was real late. You was the last one there. You're going to zero.
Wow, wow, wow. XCN fell under 2 cents and it went up to 238 back again. They announced that because HTC delisted the coin, they were running some troubles, and now they announced it on Twitter that they resolved that, and they got Justin Sun involved with HTC and some crap in there. So that's pretty interesting.
See, I got this air fryer. I cook everything in it. I don't even grill. I don't use the stove top. I just stick everything in that air fryer. Turn it on. It comes out money every time. But yeah, I got to find out more what's going on with Rune because it's tempting to it's at its definitely yearly lows. Like if you believe in it, you're loving the price of possibly getting in. But it's like what drove it to go down that bad? Like that's not good. I mean, even if it don't even come back up that much, it could bounce. I think it's still under $2. I mean, it could bounce to like 3 or 4. You know, that could be a big W right there. You know, this time might be different, you know, because I think a lot of us know, okay, previous cycles, you know, selling May, walk away, you know, the last cycle top, the turnaround was in July, yada, yada. But maybe it's like, wait a minute, there's too many retards such as myself that's got an idea what's going on. We can't let these guys think they know what to do. We got to do something different this time. We got to have more people working at McDonald's. But yeah, say if it did play out just like last season, you know, it would be selling May, walk away, and then, you know, it's do or die in July. So about midway July, you'd go back in. And then September, October, you're out. And then you're like, I'm done.
MXC is up pretty good right now. So everybody's in that.
I put my hand up on your hip. When I dip, you dip, we dip.
If you're talking about doomed options, that seems to be the case.
Get that song stuck in my head now.
And not the worst song to have stuck in your head.
No, and like the strings in the background during the like that chant. It was so good. Underrated.
Yeah, that MXC is pumping.
Yeah, I filled out probably a little early, but there's enough games streaming.
Oh, going, I didn't want to, but I'm gonna have to buy some more KDA now. I mean, just cause. This shit to bed along with everything else. Might have to move some Solana around.
Oh yeah, did you see that news? Grayscale?
No, but
Grayscale. Let me find it. As a watcher guru. Watcher guru. Tweet. Grayscale files for Solana ETF with NYSE. That was 2 hours ago. And Litecoin spot ETF.
yeah, I looked at that when it was like 38, 40 bucks. That was the time. I think it was about what, year ago, year and a half ago.
Sometimes news like that's bearish.
Right.
You just never know.
Yeah, it's just okay, we're at the point of either we're going up or down. What we gonna do?
Yeah. When it's bearish off news like that, it's like, okay, you're creating a buy-in for Grayscale, I guess, or whatever, so they can get a lower buy and fill up their bag, or they've already filled up.
Yeah, I mean, I might just put some of my Solana in a couple of alts just because I think I got maybe a best risk reward instead of just keeping Solana profits in Solana. I got in at 50, but I wish I'd have got in at $8 that day when it went to $8, you know, that day.
Oh, I remember 8. I
Yeah.
remember $8.
Oh man.
There was this guy in Discord, and I don't know if it was just the way he would say Solana, and I was like, I just don't like it anymore. I don't like it. And I didn't know anything about it or anything. It was just being mentioned too many times, and when someone mentions it too, like a coin too often, I just get bearish off of it. And
Was it like he called Solana?
I don't like I don't remember. It was like he added another syllable to it somehow. And I was just like, ugh. And I was so new at trading. I was just like, oh, I don't like the name of it. I'm not going to get any. And then he was buying all the way as it was coming down. And then he's still buying it just 30s, 20s, 10s, and then 8. And then someone else on here had a long open at $9. And then it bounced at 12, somewhere in between then and now. And I remember looking at it at 12 and I was like, oh, okay. $12 now, huh? And that's not $8. I think I was waiting for it to double bounce at $8. I don't know what I was thinking, but it wasn't obviously anything good because I didn't buy any.
Yeah, Solana got me twice because I remember seeing it kind of low in 21 and I didn't do shit. And then this time at $8, I didn't do nothing. Then I watched it go up to like 80 and then it went down to like 50. I FOMO'd in at 50, but I still didn't go as, I was still high. I mean, it was, and it stayed at 50. Oh, man.
Yeah, it was at 50, 53, 56, 55, like for weeks, huh? And it was like it hit that top as a top and then it came down but yeah, I remember it hitting 50s a bunch. I got liquidated on longs and shorts on Solana in the 50s tons of times.
So note to self, if I want good traders get out of it, I'll just call it Solana. Solana.
If he had said it like that, I would have been like, I'm all in, baby.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Hello, Anna.
My bad.
No, my bad.
No, I'm thinking about selling my Solana and putting it into other stuff because like I like to get more KDA and I'm looking at Rune because I mean, man.
Well, when you're not sure if, like, let's say you wanted to be part of Solana, but you weren't sure if it was going to go up or down. You're just like, I want to be in it, but I'm not sure which direction it's going to go. You could always just add into the liquidity pool of Solana and USDC. So if it dips, you collect USDC, and if it rips, you collect, or no, yeah, if you dip, you collect Solana, and then if it rips, you collect USDC. So it's like both of those are good coins to collect. So
I don't know about that double dipping yet. I mean, I've been just spot buying. Well, first I was an expert at catching the knife from 21 until 23. In spot trading is where you're just buying in the bear and just half-ass looking at the charts. You don't know what you're doing until you start really trading. Then it's like, then you got to have Homelander eyes, or you're going to be a loser.
well, if you ever want to learn more about liquidity pool providing, you can just ask me.
I sure will. Definitely don't want to fumble the ball. If I just leave everything alone, I'll be okay. Because I got good at catching the knife. But you want to do more, and you're willing to risk. I'm only risking like 0.5% or maybe 1% at the most leverage. But you want more, and you got to hold yourself back. But you want to do more. You want more.
I am interested in that liquidity pool providing. What are you doing that through spot? Are you doing that through how does that work?
There's platforms like let's take Sui for example. There's platforms such as Turbos Finance, or there's Cetus Protocol, and you spell that CETUS. And those are, and they have, you know, other websites where you could do that for Solana, and you could do that for like other stables. I'd have to look back on which one the Solana liquidity pools are mostly on. Probably the one that starts with an R. I can't think of it now. But only because I'm more of the Sui maxi over here. But you could do it for Solana as well. And I know people like that have, you know, 6-7 figures that when they don't want to, like when they want their spot bag to make money, they'll throw it in a Solana and USDC liquidity pool so that they can earn off transactions. And so what you're doing is like the whole thing about liquidity providing, the risk is impermanent loss, which means like you can follow, like you can go research impermanent loss on Reddit. Reddit breaks it down pretty like generically, so that's not too technical, but it just basically means like if you added liquidity to a shitcoin and the dev decided to rug it, they're rugging it because they're yanking the liquidity out. So like if they just launched a meme coin, they launched it with 0.5 SOL, let's say. So they bought like 17 million tokens with only $65 worth of Solana. They see who else like buys in, and it runs up the price a little bit. Then they go, okay, that's enough. I'm gonna rug pull it. They sell their tokens, but what they're doing is actually removing their liquidity as well. They're like not giving it enough time to cook, to where everyone else joining in, they're putting their money in, and so it's making the liquidity pool like even more so. And then once it bonds, you'll see it on Dex Screener and all that stuff. And that's how Pump Fund like works. Like once it bonds, which they call the curve, it has to reach a certain market cap, like dollar wise, and a liquidity pool is half token value and then stable value. So if a liquidity pool is let's say 60 grand, that means there's 30 grand worth of the token and 30 grand worth of Solana. So it's always 50-50. So what people do with like a higher amount of a spot bag, they'll go into a Solana and USDC pair liquidity pool, which means it kind of works like longs, where you would want to enter the liquidity pool on a dip if you were playing a range, like, but you weren't sure about the range, and so you'd enter at a dip, which means once the price goes up, you're actually selling your Solana for USDC, and then you also earn off transactions. And there's usually like an interest rate for whatever website like platform you're using. They'll say, oh, there's 4% APR on this liquidity pool or whatever. And so people earn interest as well as transactions, just keeping their Solana there for other people to trade off of. And so you're providing a 50-50 ratio, 50% Solana, 50% USDC. And then as it's range trading, whenever you're done and you want to pull that out, you can pull it out at any time. It's not locked or anything. And the pool is so large, obviously, because it's Solana and USDC, that you would just take it out and nothing's going to rug pull or anything because it's so large. The liquidity pool is so big, so it won't really hurt anybody. And that's how people earn. So if it dips even further than when you entered your liquidity pool, if it dipped down further, you would just be buying the Solana at a dip, because it would take the USDC from your private liquidity pool that's part of a bigger pool. You're just like a basket within a larger pool, okay? And then, so once it starts dipping, you would just be collecting Solana on a dip. So you wouldn't have to sit there and like, oh, I gotta buy this dip, because your liquidity pool would be buying it for you. And also you're earning off transactions of other people buying it. And so that's how people like make even more money passively. That was probably too long of an explanation. I'm sorry.
No. So I hold up.
Oh,
So
very helpful.
if I put right now, if I put $30,000 of Solana, and Solana goes down in price, they'll just give me more Solana tokens.
Well, your liquidity pool would be 15 and 15. So if you would need the other pair of that. Liquidity pools are always pairs, that you pair it with something. So some people can pair it with whatever other coin. It's just that you're like using one collateral to cancel out the other one, and then they hold it up together. So that's why I say Solana and USDC, because you're not really facing a horrible impermanent loss, because if you're left with a bag of USDC, then hey, you sold your Solana for some good, here at the top or whatever. Because then your liquidity pool bag will be filled with USDC, and you'll have sold your Solana. But as it goes up, or no, I'm sorry, the other way around. As it goes down, you'd be buying Solana with your USDC in your liquidity pool pair.
Okay,
But
so I'm sorry. So I would need USDC and Solana. I would need both those. And okay, so 15 in each. Say if I did that, I put 15 in each and put it in a staking pool. What am I looking at?
Well, I don't know what platform. I think it's Raytheon. I don't have any Solana liquidity pools. Like I can tell you all about SUI liquidity pools, because there's a SUI in USDC. And I know all of the reputable platforms to use that. I'd have to talk to Dbloc about which one people use for Solana, but then I could shoot it out real quick. But yeah, you would need 50% each, So yeah, if you had 30K, you'd want 15,000 worth of Solana and then 15,000 worth of USDC. And then when you add liquidity to the liquidity pool, which they make it all really easy. They're just buttons. You just connect your wallet. Let's use Phantom, for example. You would just connect your Phantom wallet to that platform, and then you would add to the Solana / USDC liquidity pool pair. And then you just it'll have a range sometimes, and it'll give you a higher percentage yield back if your range is really tight. So that's how, if you charted what range you wanted to provide liquidity for, let's say you just wanted to play between, I don't even know what Solana is at right now, 250? I haven't even looked at it in a long time. But let's say you wanted to play Solana from 200 to 250. You would want to enter at 200 if you thought it would rip. Then I'm kind of losing you, probably. I'm sorry.
No.
Just think of it as longing, though. You're longing a bounce. That's where you would enter the liquidity pool if you wanted to make USDC, because then you'd be selling your $15,000 worth of Solana, but you're not doing it to hurt a chart. That's how people in Web3 do it. If I wanted to offload a bunch of my tokens because I just got lucky and I bought at the beginning, but I don't want to hurt the chart. The liquidity pool is so small that I wouldn't want to dump on anybody. So, and I would hurt the chart if I dumped it. If it said I had $16,000 worth of value on this coin that I just bought, but the liquidity pool only has 10,000 or 20,000, it won't even let me take the entire thing. So even if it did tell me I had a value of whatever, if the liquidity pool doesn't support me selling on it, it'll just rug pull it, because I'll essentially dump way too much supply on the liquidity pool, and there won't be enough pulled whatever stable like Solana. It won't have enough Solana in there because it's 50-50 ratio. So what people can do is provide liquidity instead. They'll add to the liquidity pool with their buttload of tokens, and then they'll sell on the way up so that they don't. So then they're essentially selling it to whoever wants to buy it, and then that can provide green candles instead of red ones. It won't move as jumpy too. Like the more liquidity there is, the less jumpy the candles are. That's why like Trump, those candles barely move. They're like barcoding because the liquidity pool is so large that it takes an immense amount of money to make those candles like look like full candles. They just look like barcodey little itty bitty candles.
So you'd still want to be in a liquidity pool. If you're going to join one, you'd still want to do that at the right time, not any time.
Exactly. And that's why I only suggested a Solana and USDC pair, because when you face impermanent loss, if you're adding to a liquidity pool on a shit token, then impermanent loss would be that you essentially are stuck with a token that's not worth anything.
So you're almost playing the role of like somewhat like the exchange or the backer for the exchange. You're providing stability in the transaction, even if even if the coin itself doesn't have, or even if the coin itself is volatile.
I'm sorry, I missed your question.
Well, I was asking it. It sounds like you're sort of playing the role of like providing stability to the to the transaction, even if the coin itself is volatile. And because of that, you can essentially make gains off of.
Yeah, exactly. You're being the market maker. When you're providing liquidity, you're the market maker. So if I wanted to, let's say I made a coin and I wanted to make the candles jump up really high, I could remove liquidity and then make a small buy, and that small buy could make a 50% candle. But then you have like arbitrage bots that if you had like, since there's all kinds of platforms, people will set up liquidity pools everywhere. And then they have these other things called aggregators where they can jump from liquidity pool to liquidity pool, giving you the best amount of token, like the best rate for your stable. So if you wanted to buy $10 worth of this shitcoin, it could hop around all liquidity pools, giving you like the best rate. If I wanted to make it so that the candles didn't move that much when people are buying and selling, I would load it up with liquidity. But then I'm facing impermanent loss because if a bunch of people start to sell on me, then they'll take all of my pulled Solana or my pulled Sui, and then I'm left with just the coin. So if I don't want to play that game, then and it's a lot of work to do all of that. But you could essentially provide resistances and support like that as well. Like if we break a level and I'm like, cool, once people take profits here, I can decide where I want support to be, and then I can start adding in liquidity. And that's exactly what market makers do. That's what we all do. Like you're essentially able to trade off of these patterns because people are providing liquidity, they're creating those support zones, and everyone's doing it together collectively. So it works because we're all working it together. And market makers do it on a much larger scale when you're dealing with those larger projects.
Right, but because you're talking about shitcoins that maybe don't have that invested interest involved, you have the opportunity to kind of take the place as like a third party market maker essentially.
Yeah, exactly. And so but they've made it to where if you wanted to provide liquidity on a huge project like Solana, then and like not face impermanent loss, then you can join in on the platform, like, and I again, like, I don't know the websites off the top of my head, but whoever would provide those liquidity pools, they'll offer an interest so that they get you to add in on their platform into their liquidity pool. Essentially, everyone, it's just one main liquidity pool, but all little buckets, like a family tree, but it's all feeding the same tree, and it's all Solana. But every company
Yes,
can do it.
sort of like it's almost like crowdfunding your grassroots coin, if you will. Yeah, happy. Interesting. That's
But it's a
know anything
safer
about.
bet, like, to earn off of transactions like that APR, and then if you're left with USDC, then no big deal, and if you're left with Solana, then no big deal. So there's just passive income, like if you had
Right. It's a safer play on still profiting from these shit coins without risking as much of your bag while providing liquidity for other people to risk their bag.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't do it for shitcoins. I would just do it for Solana and USDC pairs. I wouldn't do it for any poop coin. If someone wants you to provide liquidity for their poop coin, like, don't do it.
But yeah, you gotta do that research.
Because that and permanent loss, I mean, it would suck to have 100 billion of paint roll coin and there's no pooled Solana for you to sell it. You're just like stuck with all of this coin, and they took all your Solana.
Right. So this is really good for if you want to get into a larger blockchain, but not so big as like Bitcoin or so on and so forth, just because of the amount of assets you would have to put in to actually make a sizable mark. But
Exactly.
like Solana or Sui or Aptos or something like that, where it's a little bit more reputable, I guess. Yeah,
exactly. And USDC on Sui was made native like at the end of last year, November, I think, maybe October, not sure which one. But then when they finally got USDC as a native on their network, then they were creating Sui USDC liquidity pools. So platforms like Turbos Finance and Cetus Protocol, just to name a couple, like, they're providing whatever yield for you, liquidity providing for those liquidity pools. So if it's like a 5% and you had 6 figures worth of Sui, let's say you had let's say you had $1 million worth of Sui. 500,000 would have to be Sui, and then 500,000 would have to be USDC, and you'd have to have both of those in your wallet, in your Sui wallet. And then when you clicked add liquidity, it would go, okay, what range do you want? And then that would adjust your yield percentage. Like, that would, remember, the tighter the range, which means if it went outside of your range, you would either have no more Sui or no more USDC. So you just have one or the other if it goes outside your range. The wider your range, the lower percentage that you get, but then you're then basically, people who do that are just trying to earn off transaction fees, and you can pull it out anytime you want. It's not like staked, it's not locked in.
Yeah, so essentially their incentive is to keep people keep the ability open for people to move money through their token, per se. And so they incentivize that to you as a holder of their asset to provide liquidity to that pool. And then you make marginal gains off of that, essentially, either one direction or the other. And then as long as you don't make a bad swap, if you wanted to, after you hit that range, right, and you wanted to transfer it back in USDC or whatever, you just gotta pay attention to what the current swap rate is.
Yeah, you would then just sell if you didn't, well, yeah, if you didn't want your SUI anymore, then you could just like swap. You could just take it out and then swap the SUI for USDC.
Yeah.
Um,
So I feel like the main thing then you got to watch for is like obviously where things are in the chart, but like that you're not like if you had only SUI, for example, that you're not swapping for the USDC to be able to get into the liquidity at a rate that costs you more than the interest that you're getting. Yeah.
Guess I need to join a SUI USDC pool when the time's right as well.
it's a lot of information. I spent like 8 months. I left like all of everything behind last January. I left like all of the Discords and I was just sort of hanging out in a lot of Twitter spaces, and SUI was so brand new, and then I'd pop back in and be like SUI, SUI, and then I'd pop back out. Would just listen to spaces all day. And there was probably like 4 memes at the time on SUI. It was like nothing. And it was a celebration when one finally hit $1 million market cap, because none of them could do it. There was just not enough money on the ecosystem. But now it's moving so fast, and now it's integrating with Phantom Wallet. So people on Solana and Ethereum are going to be able to interact with SUI using Phantom. And so I'm really interested to see what's going to happen next. But yeah, and then also again, you're seeing $4 and 40 cents for SUI because and so quickly, because the whole entire supply is out in circulation right now. But unlike Solana, there's a finite amount. They won't mint anymore. It's not a mintable contract, so there's a divesting schedule, but only like 32%, I think, something around there, of the total supply is circulating right now. So in my opinion, I think if SUI will hit anything higher than $10 this bull market, because this is SUI's first bull market, there's no history price action for me to look at. But if it were to hit like $10, I think it would do it this bull market rather than the next, because the next bull market, there will be a lot more supply circulating.
So by that, I guess since it's a finite, SUI is also a deflationary asset. Yeah.
Yeah, in my opinion.
Cool. I mean, I'm sure there's always variables, but that sounds like that's as long as SUI doesn't get a reasonably way stronger competitor, I think that sounds like it's got a good future in it.
Yeah, I'm like, I mean, to me, I guess Solana is its competitor. It's fast, it's cheap, but I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting to see like the bad thing, like, oh, well, like the other day, it was a Coinbase issue, but no one could send Solana from Coinbase. It was taking 9 to 17 hours to buy Solana and like send it to the Phantom wallet. But that wasn't a Solana issue. That was a Coinbase issue. But I haven't yet seen like a SUI network problem where it went down or just
And I think that'll kind of have to show itself with scale, right? But like, and arguably even that thing with Solana, like, that's not a Solana issue, but also to some extent, right? It is sort of a Solana issue because if their architecture is hard for major exchanges to navigate when there's high network flow, right? Then each exchange that is not you're not able to access it is a hit against Solana's accessibility, right? Even if it's not their fault. So I would say like if SUI can better integrate with these networks, then that'll be a point for SUI. And I think right now, there's a lot more market, or there's a lot larger network with Solana, but it's like
For sure.
ultimately where things migrate. I think is kind of what will kind of set the tone for which one is actually going to be more viable in the future. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I plan on loading up on Sui, especially this coming bear market. That and Arbitrum. I'd stayed away from Arbitrum and Piff. Or I'm pronouncing that wrong. It's that competitor chain link. I don't like the unlocks on that neither. I just I'm a link marine. I accumulated a lot of link that I think. It was to me, awesome chart to look at to be able to accumulate when in the bear market at chain link. It was amazing. But yeah, Arbitrum and Sui. And probably Piff. That'll be the three I'm looking at for sure next go around. But I just don't like the unlocks on them. Not on Sui. I don't like on Sui though. But I remember I know I should have bought it at $1.25. I knew that.
Yeah, the unlocks are like 2% of the supply usually, which is like $69 million. And every time it comes out, it's just a blip in a one candle. It gets absorbed so quickly. It's not, doesn't hurt the chart.
I mean, they say it could, I think Bossman said it could be the next Solana come next market, and I know being Butt Boy, I mean, I used to watch him around the blockchain. I used to watch all that. And some of the stuff he's crazy, but some of the stuff he was good. Whatever, but he was him and his new girlfriend, which I was following her because she was into crypto stuff, and she was talking about that Sui, and I think that Cassie, she was talking about that when it was below $1, and so I had opportunity to jump on that. Just was full committed on other things.
This could be Solana $8 right here. Sui $4.
Let's say I got
you just don't know.
I got some Piff, but they ain't no crypto. You're an old smoker, you get it.
I gotta go make some dinner, guys. It was nice chatting to you. Talk to you later.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks for sharing.
Yeah, it's going to be hard waiting on this crow to rip. If it does like it did last season, it'll be in October.
Anybody's still short?
Talking about Kronos or Crow tonight?
Are you? No, but hopefully you are.
Yeah. So far, so good. I think I was talking to you earlier today, weren't we?
Yeah, you did good at stabbing it at the top and felt good about it. So definitely paying it off, man.
Yeah, I had them big balls out, man. Did it. So, but I want to go long though. Just trying to figure how soon they're going to front run the dip. I want them to front run. I want them to take it down to the full 102 or whatever at least. But oh no, I don't know if we'll get it. We might get 100, 104 flat maybe. I might have to pull the short at 104.
That's right. Pay yourself. Pay yourself, brother.
Yeah, I'm going too soon. I'm waiting a little more. I see some liquidations here. I see some red lines there, Dbloc. They're real thick right up under us right here. At least 104.
At least that first big line. You know what I
I
mean?
know. At least
Yeah.
come through that.
Because I don't know if you're gonna get all the way down to that like
I don't.
third or
I
that
don't either.
second thicker
No,
line, but
I don't either.
at least
I
you can
don't
get
either.
that little bit of dip, you know.
I was more confident in my entry than my exit here, waiting too long.
Yeah, I'm gonna be interested in them liquidity pools when the time's right.
Yeah, me too. I got to get my bag up to be able to do that, but that sounds better than half of what I'm doing right now to store my assets, or not store, but to grow my assets passive.
Yeah, I mean, I've been staking a lot of crypto.com. I mean, I've been what it did last season. I'm like, like, wow, that was kind of like my Doge moment of, holy shit, I seen this thing go from 5 cents to like close to $1, and then it went all the way back down to 6, 5, 6, 7 cents, and I was like, okay. So even though I'm mad at them, I'm gonna get them back real nice.
The ultimate revenge and success is enough.
Well, if they've cut down on their rewards. They was offering a lot, but their staking rewards has gone down a lot, really. I mean, they used to offer a lot of APY. It's not near as high as the shit used to be. And that's the bullish thing, because they probably got more users, right? So, but I missed that 12, 15%. I used to get crazy rates off of Matic. I mean, Binance was good on staking Matic, I think, at one time, but yeah, and then Dot, it was like 12% for a long time. I've got Dot, and they would give me 12% for about the last 2 years.
So I'm trying to. I mean, I've got Dot right now at 7%, which isn't terrible, right? Not great,
Yeah,
but
yeah, I could get 12, but I was getting 12. I mean, you remember it was 12.
well, I'm getting like I've got a bunch of that capybara, and realistically, that's gonna drop, so I'm gonna lose some of that. But I just keep restaking it at that 3 month period every time I get more, and at this point, it's enough that even if it drops down, a considerable amount, I should have enough for it to make sense. Um, but I feel like the real play is staking kernels, because if you stake it, like they've got they have a year long 20% wide.
On what?
Kernels itself, their token.
You know,
So to me, it's like next
exactly.
and then that'll be, you know what I mean? By that time, the amount that I've earned will actually make sense. So I'm trying to look at that staking as like staking really anything. I try not to stake things that I don't know much about or that haven't been around long enough, haven't survived, summer cycles. But then the ones that I think will make it, those are the ones that I'm staking, and I'm trying to stake it all the way through to the top of the next bull, and then I'm gonna pull it all out.
Yeah, because right now, like as people that just talk to me, and I don't know much, but the crowd I know, they asked, I'm like, I was like, hey, if you long term, if you get into anything now, you need to be getting out within the year, like October, quick turnaround. If not, you're going to be round trip in 2 years, or at a loss possibly. So like wait 2 years, 2.5.
Yeah, and so that's like I feel like you either have to stake it flexibly and just have it super short term with like minimal gains, or you stake the entire cycle, and you're just betting on whether or not that coin is even going to be worth it by the end of the next cycle. But I feel like Chronos, as long as crypto.com maintains a profitability and sort of their real cautious manner when it comes to not provoking the bear of the SEC, then Chronos should be around, especially because it's tied to their credit cards and everything, and kind of their whole ecosystem, right? I feel like that gives it a good. I feel like it'd be the same if you could stake BNB through. I don't know how that works with Binance, but if you could stake BNB through Binance, like it's gonna grow as long as Binance doesn't completely shut down, and I don't think it will. So.
Well, I don't know. Hell, they might.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely issues there, but I do feel like crypto.com, like the way they've done their marketing on their roadmap, and the way they've been pretty cautious, but also honestly the fact that they're kind of aggressive when it comes to profiting off of new folks. I don't know if they'll make the same profits if regulations come in that are preventative at all, but I feel like they're going to be around long enough. I think they'll be here in 4 years. Will they be the biggest market? Probably not, but the fact that they were kind of on the cutting edge when it comes to US markets that provide fiat on ramping, or fiat purchases, and also that credit card, you know what I mean, so that you can buy stuff with your crypto. That to me is what makes sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, Binance is like the WWE. I think ZZ, aka Vince McMahon, I think he's going to eventually have it all.
Yeah, I could see that Binance might.
I mean, Binance could just probably buy crypto.com. If crypto.com gets the licenses and all right, because Binance US lost their license. I had to move all my shit off Binance US. I don't know if it's different now, but I had to move all my shit off Binance US.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for my KYC to get approved over there, so I don't know.
So
I don't know if it's
if crypto.com gets everything good and gets in there first, I mean, Binance could just take, I don't know. I might not know what I'm talking about. I mean, crypto.com could be really huge, but if you look at the holdings, I mean, Binance has got a lot more Bitcoin than crypto.com, and that to me, they got the coins, Binance.
Yeah, and I'd agree. I think they have a much larger market share, right? So, but I don't. So I feel like if Binance was going to buy crypto.com, right, they would buy it, but they wouldn't like sell it or just merge. Like it wouldn't be like, it'd be like when BlackRock buys a company and they create a division out of that company, so it has some levels of separation, so that way it doesn't interfere with the structure of what they've already got going on, but they keep that department going so that they can provide those options on the other side. So I feel like that's what Binance would do, instead of like, I think if Binance was going to buy it, they would risk losing that US market, versus if they bought it and kept it as its own structure, right? But then they owned it like almost in a conglomerate sense. That would be their best move anyway. So I don't think they'd get rid of Kronos. Now, whether or not it would keep the valuation, or that valuation would grow over time as it should, I don't know. But I'm also like, my plan is to add to the stake when Kronos is at the bottom, like a larger bag than what I've put in already. So that way I'm just like I would with any other kind of like investment. It's like when investing at the bottom more than what I invested near the top. That way, I'm mitigating losses and propagating growth, right?
Yeah, everybody's got a plan.
But I'm not gonna lie, that's like pretty much all I want to do with crypto.com is like I want to use the parts that I like, and I'm just not gonna touch their leveraging. I'm not gonna touch a lot of their stuff because it's just I just don't like the way it's set up.
There, you can do your leverage. I get carried away with it. I trade so much on that thing. That's why they don't like me. I've ate their, I got them a couple good times. They've gotten me, but you got the ability to simultaneously put down 25 contracts at the same damn time, or just 5 or 6. And when you do that, you can't back out of them though. But if they go through, it's like you just made a shit ton of money on a
Yeah,
$500 move. You know what I mean?
I think there's super occasionally times where those contracts actually are, and it's a lot of times I think it's when like you hit this sideways action, and if you predict that jump before it happens, like that's where you can win a lot. It's just that if you keep playing it, that's where you lose.
Yeah, I
You know
mean,
what I mean?
I made, I made a good, man. I'm like a $500 move. I made a rip, and about fell out. But yeah, I like to be able to do that more often, but be able to back out instead of having to go into it manually each trade. Even though I put them down simultaneously, the only way you can kind of somewhat get it to back out is to go through each one and try to back out. And then there's
Yeah, but that's if you don't
no, I want
hit liquidity and low liquidity, or you don't hit like if they don't have unscheduled maintenance happen.
yeah, you
You know
can't
what
do
I mean?
that. Yeah, it don't like you can only do that when you get the range right, where it's like I think this is the bottom. Let me pull it. I'm gonna put in 10 contracts. I'm gonna put in about 5 or 6K, and I'm gonna try to get that 30K on just a $2,000 move.
Yeah, I think my first time going in, I made like 300 off of like $100 down. You know what I mean? And that's what felt good, but that's also what ended up, that's why I ended up falling for the trap. Because then once I lost, because the next one I lost off of not being like I pressed the button to pull out of the contract and it didn't close. I got errors. You know what I mean? And I was like, huh. And it was like there was nothing I could do to stop the loss, even though I had take profit set up. You know what I mean? I had like all these things set up, but it skipped right over. And then when I tried to pull out before it dropped, I got hit with an error, and then it dropped. It kept getting errors until it dropped down. And so that's where I feel like it's a little bit engineered.
Oh
Honestly.
yeah, no. See, you ought to complain about that too, because I complain about that. And I tell
Oh
them,
yeah.
I tell Chris, look here, dude, I'm not the only one now. I can't even talk to you people now because they all blowed up because you're talking to other people because they all got kicked out the same GDMF and trade that I just got kicked out in. Come on now.
Yeah. Oh
You know,
yeah. I've been very, very descriptive of the issues, and I don't think that's where they like at some point they stopped responding to me. Like there was a time where it was like I had submitted a ticket. I was still in the ticket, so I couldn't leave the ticket and start a new ticket. And I was waiting for a response for like 4 hours before I know. And I think that's what I pissed them off. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. But also, I also just like went on and on about how this whole structure felt predatory. Uh, and I don't think that was necessarily the right move to get faster service. Uh,
but I mean, all the exchanges probably do all the same thing. Guys that's probably listening to us to be like, they think they're the only one. But
Oh
yeah,
yeah. Well, I think they just have different margins of what they're willing to do or they're comfortable doing to their customers. Do you know what I mean?
coming above VWAP here, testing it on the 1 minute. Could pop up. Usually what I've noticed the last 2 or 3 weeks when a VWAP resets or goes up hard or down, especially down, we'll have a little pop up and then we'll shit the bed some more.
You're trading on crypto.com?
Yeah.
It's horrible, bro.
Oh, I know. Well, I mean, I've done some big wins, but yeah, I can't trade tight ranges with them.
No, the fees are bad. You got to get off of there. You got to come on, join me on Weeks.
You know, I do the demo over in weeks, and
Oh, you got it.
I'm very tempted to move all my Chainlink, XRP, Cardano, Hedera, Solana, Gala, Polygon, Cadena, Request, Pepe, Decentraland, Doge.
No, I don't know about all of that.
I want to move all that over there at weeks.
As far as I would go in there for trading, shit.
Yeah, I'm pretty close.
I definitely wouldn't do that. Hell
So
no, don't do that, bro.
What all do you do on Wix? Do you do like just futures or perpetuals or spot?
Man, let me tell you what.
Copy trading or what?
You do all that. Leverage trade. You can get airdrops by holding their coin and just using the coin.
Yeah, I'm super interested in their airdrops.
You take the Wix coin, you let them hold it, and then your airdrops just start showing up, and you get your coin back.
Hey, so when you do that, and because I was looking at that, right? It's like 1,500 or 1,100 weeks that you need, right? To get the airdrop, right? So do I need that for each airdrop? Like, do I need to have that much amount plus for each one?
Yeah.
And then that way, like as long as I have
Mhm.
that in, I'll get it back plus the airdrop. Yeah.
Yep, and you got to have it for each one if you're going to do for each different one you're going to do it at least that much. So
yeah, I'm gonna do that.
You can't use it multiple times with the same thing.
Yeah. That's what I figured. I just figured I'd ask.
We're not deal with none of that. All that mess we were just talking about, we're not deal with none of that no more. The only thing I wouldn't do is store all my crypto there.
Yeah. That's exactly what I've heard. Is just don't treat it like a bank. Treat it like kind of like what Dbloc saying. Treat it like a storefront. Go in, make your purchase, make your moves, and pull out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But so have you done the copy trading on there at all?
I don't do that. I don't want to copy trade nobody. I'm cool on that.
No, I was curious because
listen, I ain't never had an exchange in my whole life that gave me this much free money. You know what I can say?
Yeah. I'm gonna check it out.
Just for me, just because I'm an affiliate, they're depositing money for me making my own trades.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to pay me to trade my, but I'm going to do it anyway. It's great.
Are you signed up as what do they call elite trader, so that other people can copy trade you?
No, I'm just an affiliate. I got an affiliate link, and I can invite people to join, and they can get a futures bonus and all that. It's pretty good, and they pay me.
So with the affiliate link, though, right? Did you have to KYC with them for that to work?
That's another thing. I ain't never had to KYC nothing. They never bother me. They don't care.
Well, the reason I'm asking is I know, like for getting the bonuses, right? You have to KYC to get to get the full extent of the bonuses. Well, no. As so if I join off of your link, right? Because I went through a reference, and if I join it off someone's link, for like I can get like there's like $10 USDT that you get towards fees that like that you get whether you KYC or not. But to get the rest of the bonuses, I have to KYC. But so if I'm an affiliate, then that doesn't matter, right?
That I don't know. I just know I never KYC for nothing. I'm an affiliate. I'm getting paid for commissions on my own trades, on other people's trades. Getting, when people join, it's great.
Yeah, I might do. I might get the affiliate thing going on. Did you have to?
You can go.
Did you have to do that? Like, did you have to know somebody to get the affiliate link, or you just went through an affiliate link? Like, you went to their
I did
affiliate
know.
section?
I knew somebody. Yeah, I knew somebody, but I don't know if you need to. Then again, I don't know if you don't need to.
I mean, but like
But
that's what I'm saying. Like, they
I
didn't
did know
give you the
somebody.
account. You went and signed up for an account regardless. You know what I mean?
Yeah, somebody invited me to. I started as an affiliate.
Ah, interesting. So that might be
best
yeah.
crypto exchange I've ever done in my life. I'd never had a crypto exchange pay me to do my own trades.
Have you checked out BTCC at all?
No, but it could be similar. But I don't need to go. I'm cool with this for now.
Yeah, you already said it.
But I
Well,
tell
I'm
you
gonna try.
what, night and day, screw Coinbase and Robinhood and everybody else, garbage.
Yeah. I mean, I'm hoping that, like with new regulators and new I'm hoping that we actually open ourselves up to a lot of these exchanges that are, either gray area or that aren't in the US. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm hoping that we can just make it so that, like, as a US customer, I can KYC to this and have access to it just straight up and not be restricted on, like, it's one thing like I get like on chain staking and stuff like that isn't allowed, but like that I can get around anyways. You know what I'm saying? You can on chain stake with the actual chain instead of having to do it through. But like I want to be able to do all of this without any sort of like I can put my ID in, I can get all of the benefits that I'm looking for without having to be an affiliate. You know what I mean? Like that's like really what I'd like to see. I just don't know what the likelihood of that is because of the establishment of Coinbase, Crypto.com, and Robinhood, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, in the US. So we'll see. I'm hoping. Really hoping. But I'm definitely like I heard you the last time when you were talking about the airdrops. So I'm on weeks. I just don't have enough assets in it to get the airdrops for me. But that's the next check. Next check's coming in. And that's one of the first things I'm doing.
Yeah, I'm about to transfer some money over there now. I'm yeah.
Yeah, at least enough to do the airdrops. You know what I mean? Like that's free money. And then you can always figure out what your risk is that you're willing to trade. You know what I mean?
What's the word, good people?
What up?
I'm back to check Bitcoin real quick before I hit the gym. All right, still working our way down to those buy orders. Nice and slow. Oh, some good steaks.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I figured I'll take advantage of all that protein and go hit the gym for a bit. Everything looks good. Nothing looks ordinary. What did Trump do? Did Trump keep dumping it? Yeah. Yeah, Logic. The Cynthia Loomis bill calls for a million Bitcoin to be bought, but that hasn't passed yet. What we're waiting for is that seized Bitcoin to be moved into a strategic reserve or stockpile, whatever you want to call it. As long as it's not getting sold, I don't care if it's a reserve or a stockpile. Them buying any in the future would just be icing on the cake. You know how many years we've had to worry about that Bitcoin floating over our head? That seized Bitcoin about to be sold FUD is almost as old as the damn Tether FUD. Am I roboting? Domorigato, Mr. Roboto.
Resistance.
La Resistance. YouTube, am I roboting? Or Discord, either one of you.
You good?
Not on Discord at least.
All right.
It's usually hard to make a coin. Resistance.
I pulled up that steel coin.
Buy real assets like what? XRP? I hear you. At the sum, we shouldn't be off of the chart by the back. Feel pretty comfortable stretching this out a little bit. All right, I'll be back. We go through these buy orders and keep going. Don't freak out until we break this value area low. That's when things get ugly. But for right now, I'm expecting that short trap somewhere in and about these ranges. Body to this range, wick underneath. And I hope they do it nice and slow, right? Because we don't want dominance freaking out on us when it happens. But that part's not up to us. We just gotta let it play out. Let me check the book one time. Guys are still in place here. 34 mil, 46 mil. All right, they haven't spoofed their orders yet. They're still there. Uh, 29 million transferred from unknown wallet to Kraken. That might be a sell. Unknown wallet to Kraken. 61 million. This was like a while ago though. Yeah, this was almost an hour. Their target. All right, y'all. I'll be back. Just about an hour or so. What's going on, team? I'm back. Right where we left off.
Yo.
What's going on, bro?
What up? What up?
Not a whole scam. See what I missed?
I'm just about to do my final sweep at work.
Oh, hello. Percent physique. What's going on, YouTube? What are y'all up to? Yeah, that's why I had to get up and get out. I was feeling the same thing. I was like, if I don't go to the gym, I'm gonna end up asleep on the couch. Stop the cap. We couldn't even get like a custom message. Yo, you hit us with a cut and paste. It'll hurt. Yeah, not very demure at all. I don't know. Trump's being kind of vocal about wanting some cuts, obviously, though, right? Because you want the economy to look good so that you look like you're doing a good job. I just hope we don't get in too much of a pissing contest between Powell and Trump. That's my fear.
So Dbloc, what do you think about shorting the top? Does it make more sense to short memes or short Bitcoin?
I mean, alts take a bigger hit. The problem is that there are some alts that run after Bitcoin top. So you better be, whatever it is you want to be off narrative. Like really off narrative. Like
then those
safe
are
shorts
probably
and
already
risky
down
shorts.
then at that point.
That's what I'm saying. There's safe shorts and there's risky shorts, right? Your biggest return is going to be the ones that have run, but that's your biggest risk because sometimes they can have late market runs.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking Bitcoin is somewhere in the middle. Like you can short it with 1x and be pretty safe, I guess.
Mm-hmm. But
Have you done that before, or are you trying to do that?
No, I'm not doing it. Well, I'll be shorting the ETFs. That's my plan. I'm gonna play on the option side of it. The problem with it is just like taking profits, right? The right time to take profits at the top is when it doesn't feel like the right time. It's not gonna feel like the right time. Just like the right time to get into those shorts. The right time to get into those shorts where you're gonna have a good stop loss that's out of danger isn't gonna feel like the right time at all. You're gonna feel crazy for even thinking about doing it.
But you showed me the CBVI indicator, so if I just
build
purely
shorts
off that without any emotion,
slowly build some shorts into the 90s. Yep. But do it with a small percentage of your gains, very small percentage, right? The goal is to not give anything back.
that's why I'm thinking 1x. So Bitcoin with that, so you can still get liquidated if it doubles, right? On a 1x short.
Yeah. Even something like a 2x would be safe, 2, 3x, because that's going to put your stop loss far enough away to where you know. But the way I used to do it is, well, I'll show you. Let's just assume that this is a monthly chart or, whatever, and this is the top of the bull market. Let's assume that this was 64 and this was 69 on Bitcoin. So I'd start opening very low leverage shorts into this run up, right? So that I'm nice and far away from it. Maybe this candle here would have been my, let's say I'm thinking double top scenario. I'm going to start building shorts. So I'm like at 1x, 2x until we start dropping down. Once we drop down, come up, find resistance, and drop down and break support, I move my stop loss and increase my leverage from 2x to 4x. Okay. Drops down, finds resistance, breaks it again, come down, and I'm moving it to 8x. But I'm always moving down that stop. So what I'm doing basically is locking in my gains, but increasing the leverage into the final part of the dips, right? Because usually that first dip is going to get you a bigger payoff than that second dip, and then the third dip starts to get a little more, and then you start getting into reversal territory. By that time, my stop loss is all the way down at the bottom, and my leverage is cranked all the way up. So either it goes and I get more, or I get stopped out and I take all my gains.
Yeah.
I like that.
But it is a very aggressive sort of way to trade leverage, and not really a strategy, in my opinion, for like somebody that's brand new. I'm just talking in general.
Well, if I just stick with 1 to 3x and I don't add, and I just hold it all the way down, should be less stressful and less risky, I guess.
That's the dream leverage trade, right? The same at the bottom. Catch that long at the bottom, ride it up, slowly crank the leverage up as you get further away from those bottoms. When you find security, you're not going to go under. At this point now, you draw a line, you're like, okay, you're probably not going to go under 60K. Crank your leverage all the way up, bring your stop loss to there, ride out the rest of the market. We're going to have a hard time, Chris. If we don't start quantitative easing, it's definitely going to hit the alts harder than it's going to hit Bitcoin. And if some of these executive orders that come through don't drop the strength of the dollar, that's also going to affect. We need both of those things. We need the dollar to go down. We need cuts. And more importantly, we need to get into quantitative easing where that money printer really starts to go burr. Grab my drink out of the fridge. I'll be right back. We've only had one Republican president strengthen the dollar ever, and he had to sell guns and drugs to do it.
Yeah.
Not a bad thing. It helps for trade. Actually, we don't have to. I don't have to talk about it. I can just show you. If I can find this chart. All right, here it is. We were talking about this before elections because the truth of the matter is we really need the dollar to come down. There's no way to sugarcoat it. If the dollar doesn't come down, the pressure on the yen is going to get to the point that carry trade is going to fold, and then all the fun is over. But for the most part, Republican down, Democrat down. This was a bad time in history. Republican up, but then all the way back down. This was, all the cocaine, CIA shit, drugs, guns to the Contras. We eventually had to make deals with the U.S. with foreign governments to weaken the strength of the dollar so that we could start trading again because our shit was just crazy at that point. But since then, it's been pretty steady, right? Republican down, Democrat up, Republican down, Democrat up, Republican down, Democrat up. We need this to drop. We need this to drop. But more importantly, the yen needs this to drop. Because if that dollar keeps getting stronger and they have to raise their rates, and all those loans that were taken out to buy assets are going to come due, and the margin calls are going to be hot and heavy. Just hope it works out like that. Man said eggs is still $5. Nothing changed. I feel you. I'm still going sideways. Bending. Bending is what we hope for. But technically that's quantitative easing, right? We have to wait for the next FOMC. Next FOMC, they should declare that they've ceased the reduction of the balance sheet. The very next step after that is accumulating assets. I'm still bullish on gold. I'm bullish on gold to like 3K. At about 3,000 an ounce, I'm going to start offloading some of my physical. This was our play this year. Excuse me. I really, for all intents and purposes, should be out of this by now. But as the world sits, I don't think that most of the major scares are over. And with Trump in office and going into negotiations, there's going to be a lot of tough talk. With tough talk comes fear. With fear goes gold. Right? Gold and commodities, hopefully Bitcoin. So Putin does something stupid and gets some more sanctions put on him. And gold at 3K is going to be no big deal. I mean, we're already about to break highs here. But we've been in this trade since, God. Let me show you this gold trade. Let me show you what an epic trade this was down at the bottom. I'm going to show you how close I came to getting stopped out of this. First of all, it was a super tight trade. I only risked little bit over 1% on this stop loss. Because we were playing this bull flag up and handle. How close that came down to liquidation. That happened overnight. Luckily, because I don't know. 0.5% from liquidation. And it's been running for a year. But most of my trade is physical. Right? I traded some paper gold at the beginning of this, but I've already taken profit on that. Most of this is all my physical that's left. Every once in a while, I'll call my gold guy. And if he sounds too excited to hear from me, then I'm like, all right, cool. You know, they're too happy to buy your gold from you, you know something.
Yeah, I ball gazed at that gold chart off it a long time myself. I shouldn't say it like that, but I mean that was an awesome, huge cup and handle that started from 2011, 12.
Yeah. It was beautiful and it wasn't perfect either, so that was risk because the uptrend really didn't come from underneath the cup how you would like. But it was time for gold to go. And Putin made it easy, right? It was really him moving into Ukraine that
Yeah, and he's been buying a lot of gold too before that.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much longer it could run dirty. I feel like honestly I'm already pushing it going for the 3K. Right? Cuz the trade I got into, you know, my measured move was 2.6. But the climate hasn't changed, right? What made me buy it originally hasn't changed. That's the only reason I'm still in it. We'll see. Natty gas. Natural gas is good, but the plays is so long, yo. Like over a year long plays sometimes. But it runs pretty cyclical. And to your question, Chris, I think we've already been in somewhat of like a stealth QE. You know, ever since we raised the well, I can't even say we raised the debt ceiling, right? Ever since we erased the debt ceiling. Yep. Yep. Those drills are gonna get to drilling. From the sounds of it, they're coming for all that oil underneath the Everglades. It's circumstantial. There's a good setup, or if there's anything that's like news driven. But I don't really play on legacy too much. I like gold. I like metals. I like natural gas just because it's easy. Well, it's interesting because the way they're talking, you know, especially with that Stargate fund that they have, they were really specific. AI is going to need a lot of energy. They're talking about building task specific plants. So for me, that opens up energy and DPIN. But that's not like my I wouldn't say I really have an edge. comes to that. If there's something obvious, I'll.
Like Beam, I tell you, it's at a nice price to maybe re-enter or buy some more.
Do have some Beam profits that still need to find their home. Yeah, I mean, it's almost down to original DCA zone, right? That original DCA zone was between what, like 17, high 16s and 14. And then our don't fuck it up, just buy it zone, throw the house at it zone was down at 10 cents or a penny, sorry. Yeah, a penny to like a penny and a half. But we're almost back down into the original DCA zone. I mean, it hit its measured move. Perfect. And to come back and give you a second opportunity. I still don't think that gaming has had its official run. The run that gaming had originally was just an early cycle run. It was like it had its speculative run. But when you look at things like Super, it looks good. Super could maybe, worst case scenario, and well, best case if you're not in, come down 85 cents. Gala, another long play. What? August?
I think Gala could get back up to about what it was.
I mean, at this point, just because it's been staggered so long, I'm shooting for like 15 cents right now. Once we get up there, if we get up there quick, I'll revisit and see, but I'll be happy with that 15-cent run. Is where this should be. Another just good risk reward, right? We were at obvious invalidation. We had our DCA zone, which was, our original buy zone, right? DCA zone, we were looking for that higher low. I've always been trying to put in this big W here, right? So we were waiting for was that higher low. DCA'd into it, bought it nicely. But I'm not getting greedy with this. If gaming goes, Gala should go off of name recognition, but they've had so much problems, excuse me, with their team and the founders and some of the games that they had on there. They've cleared it all up, but for me, it just leaves like a stink. Right? If I get this, it'll be a 9x, and that's enough for me. Could there be more? Yeah. But am I okay with the 9x on it? Absolutely.
Oh yeah. I doubled up. Where I'm at, if I got a 5x, I mean, I ain't got a ton, but I did double up on my position there when it dipped down a couple weeks ago.
And then we got Prime. Prime has started dipping aggressively here the last couple days, which I don't like. But again, back into original DCA zones. from the last dip.
Yeah, I know ETH's gonna run in Solana, but I'm feeling the FOMO of selling some ETH in Solana and put it somewhere else. I probably am.
Yeah, I understand that. Trust me. Altura is a sort of good example of that. Like it had an early run, right? Caught it great, came right down in the buy zone, and then it just came all the way down and went flat for the longest. It was off narrative. Nobody was paying attention to it. Gaming wasn't running. And then boom, out of nowhere. Problem is, in past bull markets, I've left positions at this point just to see this happen. You know what I mean? So what I do now is like, if I am getting to that point where I'm getting tired of holding a certain position, but there's nothing wrong with the actual project, it's just not on narrative, I might de-risk and take some out, but I always leave something behind because I want to avoid that feeling. You know?
I've been getting that a lot, leverage trading. Like my entries has been unbelievable. I just haven't stayed in it long enough.
Or the opposite problem. You stay in it too long, wishing that something's going to happen that doesn't happen. And then, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I keep on drawing the line, be like, it's going to bounce here. Okay. It didn't. Well, maybe here. And it's just like, dude, what are you doing? Get out.
Yeah, that Altera chart is crazy. Crazy. You know, you get, so your first run is always the most explosive. It's similar to meme coins, especially when stuff is low cap. You get that really hard run up, and then you get a run flat. The second run is usually higher than the first, right? Under the rare, super rare example that it isn't, then you know you're going to get a third run out of it. At that, you know you're dealing with a project that's worth sort of dealing with. But things do tend to go into a death spiral after these type of runs, right? Where basically it'll have that run, and then it'll go flat, and then it'll have a second run that doesn't meet those highs, and then it'll go flat, and then the third run is even lower, and then it just fizzles out. You know, you'll see it on projects that have standout runs. Like for me, Doge is in that camp that I have to watch. I'm watching to see if Doge makes higher highs. If Doge doesn't make higher highs, it might be in a death spiral. Not in a death spiral where like it's gonna go away, but where it's already seen, you know, its big blow off move. SHIB is another example of that, right? Like if you look at SHIB, that. Right? SHIB is on that type of watch for me too. Hasn't really broke down out of its downtrend. If it does break out, it needs to make a higher high, or it probably in the long term is just going to end up fizzling out to nothing. So first run, best run, scariest run to get into, right? Because there's no proof of concept. You don't know if it's going to work. You're literally just guessing. Second run, a little easier to get into because you've already shown the potential, but it's not as profitable. Third run, where you're super comfortable, hardly no money left in the game. Right? So risk reward. Higher risk, higher reward. Lower risk, lower reward. Which is why I don't really deal too much with old cycle coins. In my sort of like safe bag, I'll have the old cycle coins that I know are going to be here, you know, for the foreseeable future. But the majority of my portfolio is made out of new coins who haven't had their bull market yet, who haven't had their parabolic runs. Yeah, ETH BTC. I mean, if you want to see an example of it, you look at ETH Bitcoin chart. You want to talk about a massive multi-year death spiral. Right? Chances are this never meets the highs and just trends down against Bitcoin forever. Not that that doesn't mean it won't do anything in USD, but to be fair, most Bitcoin pairs look like that. Right? AVAX, BTC. Just think about this when you consider that these are the coins that you prefer to hold over Bitcoin at the beginning of runs. Dot BTC, Arbitrum BTC, Doge BTC. Doge at least looks like it's got some life against Bitcoin. 40 against Bitcoin, ENS against Bitcoin. It all downtrends against Bitcoin in the long run. And you got to go look for some real, like, where's Sol BTC? That's what a strong BTC pair looks like, and it's still downtrending against Bitcoin. Right? At the end of the day, you're still in a downtrend, and you'll probably never not be in a downtrend. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't jump in on those dead cat bounces and make really good gains on alts, right? Because that's the whole point.
That's right.
But if you're denominating in those alts instead of denominating in Bitcoin, then you're just losing Satoshis. Unless your only focus is fiat, then, whatever, different story. But my goal isn't to collect more fiats to get as much Bitcoin as possible in the next 20 years.
Yeah, I get those Bitcoin maxis because I know for a fact on my portfolio, hey, besides H bar and maybe Link, I'd have been better off buying Bitcoin.
Or even just having a Bitcoin heavy portfolio, right? Where at least you've got 50% Bitcoin to take some of that weight off of the downturns.
I did have that until I sold at 97, but I went stupid under like 15, 16. My average was a little over 21,000. I didn't get a whole Bitcoin, but I got enough to, get some good profit. I know that.
Yeah. Now we're just setting the range for the weekend trap. Now we still haven't trapped our shorts. So I'll draw it out. Weekend trap hovers around CME close and open. This is basically our trap as of right now. You'll have deviations that come out of the trap to the top of the bottom, but they won't free the trap longs. If you get a deviation out of here that frees the trap longs, something is different. The trap hasn't been set yet. And then eventually we'll deviate out of the bottom, come and trap shorts, and then come back into the weekend trap. Remember, the point is that part of market maker's job is to make sure that Bitcoin's price on Sunday is as close as possible to the price that it was on Friday when CME closed. Right? Their job is to keep that balance, keep that price tight. So this is just one of the tools that they use to do it. As far as traps go, it's one of your kinder traps, right? It's not like meant to wreck you. It's meant to just stick you in the chart. Keep you bored, maybe make you capitulate, right? Time-based capitulation.
And you spitting facts, man. Nothing but facts.
What we want, though, the reason that we watch it so close is we want market maker to lose control of the weekend trap. Right? When we go parabolic, they won't be able to pull these games anymore. There's too much liquidity. We don't care if they provide liquidity or not. We're going up and to the right, or we're going to zero. You know, either one.
Tried to catch that top, shorten it, but oh man, I should have after the fact. But I think last Friday the top was at my time around 3:30, close to 4, and I think the top today was like around 12:30 my time. So I was thinking, yeah, 3:30, 4 o'clock, it's gonna be like that again. No.
Yeah, they kind of it was a little shakeout at the top, right? So
Yeah.
you're going into your value area high, right? Big support, resistance point. They give you a green vector through that, thinking it's going to be a breakout. So your shorters get excited here. Right? You see these 100x longs, these red lines right here that opened up right as we got that candle.
Oh, yeah.
Those guys went short. Price comes down, comes up just enough to whip them all out before it really gives you the top.
Yeah, I was a part of that. I had 4 winning trades, and then I had the last one was a losing trade. But yeah, I was looking for that top because of what happened last week, and even if it was vice versa, if we was downtrend, I'd be catching the bottom to try to
Exactly.
get the long. Right? Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh man. Oh,
That's how you
I
play
mean,
Fridays.
oh my goodness. And it hurts like when you miss it, you don't know what's going on, but when like you're starting to know what's going on and you miss it, it's like, ah!
It's even worse. Yeah. Sometimes you know it's coming and you still miss it, bro. That's a fact. But it's got to feel a little better that you knew it was coming, though, right? Because it means you'll catch it next time.
Yeah, well, yeah, hopefully, but yeah, it's that that tickling and the feeling in the chest and the brain when you're like, I'm starting to see this shit.
Yeah, some of the best DMs that I get are those where people are like, oh shit, I woke up this morning and I saw it. Like I didn't have to come on the Discord. I didn't have to turn on the YouTube. I just opened my chart and I saw it and I took the trade and it worked. You know what I mean? It's great when it clicks like that. Dash was supposed to change the game, Chris. Yeah, these bull markets will turn you into a maxi, right? Depending on what time you come into them. If you're in from the bottom of the bear and you see what happens to the alts before they actually go crazy and go parabolic, it'll definitely turn you into a maxi. At least at the bottom of the next bear, it will, you know. But if you come in late and you're only here to see alts flying and just making X's every day, and you think that's how, you know, you get that in your mind, you think the entire bull market is like that. So at the bottom of the next bear, you're just going to load up on alts. Like, well, why would I want to get Bitcoin? Like, look at what the alts do. And you load up on alts. And they run. You do good. You get your 3Xs, 4Xs, you know, everything's looking good. And then you get that 50% drop. And then that happens 3 or 4 times while Bitcoin is just up and to the right.
Or you just load up the wrong alts because there's like hundreds of thousands of them.
But yeah, 2 million alts. Well, let's see what the current count is. Coin market cap doesn't even pretend to tell us anymore. It just literally has like 2 million plus or something up there. Oh, I'm sorry. 9.9 million. 9.9 million. 778 exchanges. This is my favorite number to watch during the bear market. These exchanges start disappearing. You start seeing 600 exchanges, 500 exchanges, 400 exchanges.
So you don't load up any alts in the bear?
No, on the bear, I'm playing dead cat bounces on Bitcoin all the way down. I wait for RSIs to get excuse me, to get oversold, play some longer swings. Well, I mean, you gotta remember, at least 70% of these are memes that nobody's gonna buy. They just exist because they were created on Pump.fun and they're just sitting there. So yeah, liquidity wise, if all of these had interest, then there would be an issue. But we've already seen it during this bull run, right? Your ability to pick up coins in narratives that are hot and take profits and rotate into hot narratives versus just filling a bag of altcoins and holding them, right? You've made much more money going narrative to narrative because there's only so much liquidity. But the cream rises to the top.
Yeah, but I mean, when you think we're at the very bottom, are you gonna load up on certain alts, or
No, typically what I
are you
do is
just
I load up.
constantly trading?
Typically what I do is I load up on Bitcoin, and then I'll play whatever narrative runs there are in the beginning. Once we get to the halving, once we get to the halving is when I start looking at alts.
Yeah, you're protecting your capital really good in crypto terms doing it that way.
Yeah, not only that, but I'm getting more alts for the, I'm getting more. So like, let's look at Link BTC. Right, we'll go to the weekly.
Man, I wish I found you earlier, man.
I'm currently in a BTC trade. My Link trade is a BTC trade. Right, it's a Link BTC trade, and it's just for more, for more Bitcoin. But if we go let's go 1 divided by Link BTC. Oh, that's why. Oop. Divided by Link BTC.
I'm a moon boy when it comes to Chainlink. I think moon boy stuff.
Are you a Link Marine?
I try to be. I want to be. I mean, Although I'm gonna have to give away some this year, but I've been holding a while.
So let's say you bought Bitcoin down here August 20th. Let's throw Bitcoin on here too. Hold on. So this is where BTC bottoms out. Right. So if you would have bought Bitcoin, let's say you bought one Bitcoin, 15K, or you bought 15K worth of Link. About 15K worth of Link, you would have had 2,000. We'd have to check on the USD chart. But in Bitcoin, you'd be able to afford 2,400, whatever. At this point right now, if you sold your Bitcoin and just went into Link, you would have doubled the amount of Link that you're holding. You wouldn't have got the best prices on Link. You didn't catch the bottom on the USD pair, right? You don't have a crazy low average that, you know, during accumulation, but you have more Link. Right? And if you love Link, the goal should be more Link, right? Doesn't matter where you bought it. It matters how many Link you have at the top to sell when it comes to sell.
Yeah, that okay. I see there.
So what you're doing is that you're increasing the purchasing power of your dry powder by denominating in Bitcoin, because everything gets cheaper in Satoshis against Bitcoin. Right? When you go to the Link BTC pair, in Satoshis, this has done nothing but get cheaper and cheaper. Right? This was your bottom on Bitcoin. Right here. Since that point, Link has done nothing but get cheaper and cheaper against Bitcoin while Bitcoin has gone up. So what I do at the bottoms is I denominate in Bitcoin, right? Dry powder goes into Bitcoin and it goes into gas, right? Because that's important. You're going to be trading. If you're going to be in narratives while this is running up, you're going to want to buy some Soul meme coins. You're going to want to buy some ETH shit. Just buy your gas while it's cheap in USD and sit on it. Even if it's not an investment in the actual coin, that's your bag to get into projects with on DeFi. And I also get into launch pads down at this range. I buy all my launch pad tokens because at this point they're at the bottom. They've already been destroyed. But launch pads are what are going to get you into new projects early. Right? So this is when you buy all of your Seedify and you stake it and you get your tier 5 Seedify allocations for new projects.
That's when you have two tokens and they mate.
Yeah, so like, yeah. But those are the lessons you learn after 2-3 bull markets and not hesitating, right? That's the main thing. If you are in an alt during the bull market, during the early part of the bull market, and it runs, just don't hesitate to take don't hesitate to take the profits because you know you're going to get those retracements. You got to lock in those gains. I know you guys are tired of seeing that P&L go all the way up just to come all the way down, just to have to go all the way up. And if you take a 50% drop, that means that you need a 2x to break even. So you only went down 50%, but you need to go up 100% just to break even. So those rides down, those round trips, or even half a round trip, those things will kill you. Yeah, BTC is the base trade, right? In my opinion, the way I trade, there is only one trade, it's the BTC trade. BTC is the base trade. Any trade that I take outside of BTC has to outperform Bitcoin, or why am I moving it? If you're not going to outperform Bitcoin, why am I even moving it? And I know you're not.
BTC is like the benchmark.
Yeah, and I know you're not going to outperform Bitcoin for a long period of time. So if I do get into you and you outperform Bitcoin, then I'm gonna take those gains, put them back into Bitcoin, and wait till the next setup where I feel like you might have a chance to outperform Bitcoin again. But I'm far from a maxi. I love alts. If a maxi was to look at my portfolio, they'd probably like gag and shit.
Yeah, I know what you're saying though. Some of the stuff you're talking about getting out and getting back in on BTC for that last run up. Because I remember last season, we that May and we went in July and we bottomed out twice, but that last bottom out, I believe, if I can remember, it was July 17th, 2021, and that was the turnaround. And then we pumped hard. So maybe again this time in July, early or late, it'd be okay. All the profits back in. I mean, if that's going by last season,
Yeah.
but this is the new season. But like, I don't know, but I'll be tempted at sometime in July to probably go back if I do anything, get into BTC or definitely do some leverage to the upside maybe, but also just being more in spot there. I don't know, but it's a plan. Got a couple, but that's definitely a possibility. And it would make sense because it'd be just like what happened last season.
I'm spreading out into the alts now. You guys remember like a month ago or whatever when I told you I de-risked and went heavier into Bitcoin and heavy alts. I'm spreading more out into alts now. But when we get to the summer, I'll be back into de-risking. I'm gonna go heavy Bitcoin, and then I'll play the alt runs during the summer. I think we'll have some hot runs during the summer for sure. But I don't think we're gonna have the type of summers where everything runs. I'm gonna consolidate my funds, get all those gains back into Bitcoin, and then from there I'll attack whatever narratives we happen to get at the time. That'll be fun. Honestly, been the best way to make money during this run is to get into narratives early and heavy, and then get out once everybody else learns about them. Right? Once YouTube
The
is
hardest part
going
is
crazy,
finding out
time
which
to
one's
go.
gonna pump.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. That's the problem. Is that once you're not in the beginning, then it's not hard because they all pump, right? AI narratives during the first wave, they all pumped. If it was even whispered that it was an AI narrative, it went crazy. That it was an AI agent, it went crazy. Now, when you get to the second wave, now people start to get a little bit more, okay, let's pick specific ones. That's when it gets difficult. The first wave is easy. The first wave of memes, everything ran. First wave of gaming, everything ran. First wave of AI, everything ran. Stuntman, thanks for the support, brother. New Cypher member, W member. So getting in early, that's why I spent so much time doing research, guys. It's not like research is my least favorite part of this. I'd much rather stare at the charts all day. But if I don't do the research, then I won't know what chart to stare at, you know?
So that's like your job, I guess.
Yeah, that's part of it.
Doing
That's
the
part of it. That's why
research.
Zusi drives me crazy sometimes. He's like, I don't watch the news. Like, Zusi, you're leaving such an edge on the table. But I understand what he means, right? He doesn't want to be affected by the psychology of it. But for what I do, I need to know what the psychology of the people I'm trading against is without letting it affect me, right? Like, that's part of it. But if I don't know what the zeitgeist is, like if I don't know what everybody else is feeling, then I can't predict their movements. And if I can't predict their movements, then I have no edge. That's like knowing what Trump coin to pick without the tweet. Like you have to know where the attention is, you know? Yeah, Toshi
You think
is
it's possible to?
Toshi's somebody's pet, I
Sorry.
believe. Somebody's pet cat. I can't remember who it is though.
It's the Coinbase CEO. What's his name?
Brian Armstrong.
Either him or the base guy Jesse Polak. I'm not sure. One of those.
Yeah, Brian Armstrong. It's Brian Armstrong. It's his cat. That shit was really hot during the pet narrative. So 12 years of technical analysis and this sentence about to come out of my mouth. That was really hot during the developer pet meme narrative. But yeah, everybody's pet was getting some love at the time, you know?
Yeah, and there was also rumors that it's gonna get listed on Coinbase, so everyone bought, and
That's
then it
that's
took
one of those
super
things. They were like,
long.
well, if it's his pet, chances are, I mean, you know, I would post my cat if I had a cat and it was my if it was my exchange.
There was also this this guy Dan McAvoy. I don't know if you know him. He's pretty big. He has like a private group. He was shilling it super hard.
Yeah, no, it had a lot of it was like a cabal coin for a minute. A lot of people, a lot of the big influencers were pushing pretty hard. 500,000 holders, $13 million daily trading volume, $4 million in liquidity.
The holder count on Dex Screener can't be trusted on base coins because volume bots increase holder count a lot.
This is a change of character here.
But still,
You
yeah.
haven't seen a pump like this since right here. All-time highs
A
incoming.
lot of people sold. A lot of people sold before this pump.
Yeah. This is the second wave that we talk about, right? I was talking about the first wave when something first comes out. And if the second wave goes higher than the first wave, that means your chances for a third wave are increased. So this is a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, it's listed on Coinbase now, so a lot of liquidity coming in.
Yeah. Non-offensive, little cartoon cat. You know, we play around with a lot of these memes, right? But that's a big part of it. For a meme to really hit a certain market cap, to get over a certain market cap, like 250, something like that. All of these offensive kind of like just eye-catching names and all that, they don't really make it. Like I was talking about that Venn diagram of holders. You know, like there's only so many people that trade crypto, you know, and a smaller amount that are willing to trade memes. And then you want to take that and you want to carve out the tiny amount that's not offended by your super offensive meme, and then this is your only market to pump with. Doesn't make any sense. You want the little corny memes with the cartoon characters and the, you know, or the president of the United States obviously telling everybody to buy something at the same time. That'll do it. That'll do it too. It looks good though. It looks a lot better than some of the memes I've been looking at lately, Scott. Got some movement, some mind share. Chris, right now we've been focusing on, I mean, for the past almost 2 months, 3 months, we've been focusing on AI agents. We have a watch list that we put out to the group. I can drop it here. So this is the AI agent watch list. But lately we've been on the America First narrative with this whole stockpile talk. So we've got a list of American-based, or at least companies with American ties, that have possibilities of making their way into that stockpile. Those are the two narratives we're paying attention to right now. And I am digging into DPIN. I think DPIN, with all this talk lately, especially the president pointing it out, making it such a and such a point of interest that we're gonna get deep in projects really start to move. But I'm still working on that watch list. I want to try to cut out some of the fluff. Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm just in a lot of groups, bro. From Twitter to a lot of Telegram groups. I try to get into these projects, Telegrams, and their Discords. Sit and listen to them, not when they're doing their spaces, but when it's dead. Everybody's on their best when they're doing the spaces. When they're sitting there at times like this, where we're just sitting around bored and not doing anything and everybody's just talking, that's where you really get your alpha.
You want to see if the community is good, you have to get in when the chart's bleeding.
Oh yeah, on the worst day, the biggest red day possible, go in there real quick and see how people are.
Because the best ones, they don't even care. They just keep doing their thing.
Yeah. Yeah, Maddie, that's what we're on the watch for, that second wave now. They got hit hard because they were what was hitting, they were the most speculative plays when Trump coin came out. Right, so people who are going to buy that Trump coin, you know, highly speculative traders, right? People who are willing to take risks. So everything got sucked out. And the first thing that got sucked out was the other high speculative narrative at the time, which was the AI agents. People were sitting on tons of profits, you know? If they hadn't already taken profits, maybe they were so far in profits that they didn't take it. They're like, we'll just let it ride back up. And then something like that Trump coin lands on your lap and it's like, okay, this is easy money, right? Like, I'm already in profits here. Let me go ahead and take it. But remember, the second wave is different because not all of them go, right? So you need to find the best performers, the ones that have sort of established themselves as blue chips, for lack of a better word, in the narrative, and sort of consolidate into those. That's what I'm doing. Consolidated into AI16Z, AIXBT, virtuals, swarms. There's a couple that didn't perform as good as I thought they could, so I'm kind of sitting in those two, like humans, right? Heart swarms is one of those two. So it's sort of a mix between good performers, virtual as the first mover, and then one or two virtual competitors on different platforms. Nice. Oh yeah, Mike. Shit, they're gonna need people. There's no reason why not. There's a lot of jobs in crypto too, yo. I think people don't realize how easy to get involved with some of the projects that they're already invested in. Yep.
It's probably one of the best things to do when you have a small port. Join a team or something. Work for the bag.
Not a bad idea. I mean, not only that, but if you've got a certain amount of money invested too, right? Some of these guys, you know, that go in with heavy weight on these projects, like you don't get my $10 million investment without me having a say. You know, especially if it's a low project. Like I need to make sure my investment is safe, which means I need a seat at the table. The same in business. Right? Most donations, most investments come with a board seat after a certain size if you're smart. You don't give a company $1 billion without a seat on the board. That comes with a seat on the board.
Think that the Strum coin will kick off some kind of real world asset tokenization and companies raising money through coins and all that stuff?
I mean, why not? It's an easy hit. We've been doing it for the longest, right? Most of these coins are just like crowdfunding VC. This is what we want to do. If you give us enough money, we'll actually make it happen. You know. And then if they don't get enough money to actually put their plan together, they just run off into the sunset with a little bit that they got. But at least you know that anything Trump does in office, it won't be for money, since he just made close to 10x his entire portfolio a couple days before entering office. Yeah, just need a little piece of that 500 billion. You won't even miss it. Right? It's a little bit off the top. Vector recovery here. Only reason I'm even sitting here watching this right now is because I want to get some entries down here in this range when they come pick up these orders. Problem is that could take 24 hours. Let's see, talking about narratives, let's go check out Velo. Check their performance. L1's not surprising, do better in the dip. DeFi, L2s. Yeah, all your speculative shit gets hit the hardest, right? On the way down. So your memes are at the bottom. AI, gaming. Now what we do is start seeing what horse is winning the race. Right? When we zoom in, what's recovering fastest here? Memes took the biggest hit. I mean, on the daily specifically. Memes took a nasty hit. L2s. Gaming is starting to peak up, right? Gaming is the first one to cross over. And then DeFi. And then AI. And then L2s.
So you think gaming's next?
I mean, it's what is moving now. So like on the 4-hour, you can see it here, right? Gaming came from underneath the pack basically, and it's starting to gain ground on everything else, or at least was here. AXS, Gala, Ronin, and Sand apparently were moving. Strangely enough, memes are just starting to poke back up over the top on the 4-hour, which means they should be up top here on the hourly. Yeah. Bonk, Pepe, Shib, Doge, Popcat with. AI has to, I mean, gaming has to have its run yet. Gaming hasn't had its true face melting run yet, in my opinion.
If you looked into that magic token,
Magic Eden?
uh, no, it's just a magic. I think it's just magic.
I have to look at it.
It looks so similar to the beam chart, like it, you know.
No, I can't say that I'm confident that it hits 80s. Like they had more than enough time to sort of prove itself here. But I am still holding it. I just, my take profit's going to be way before that. We were talking about this earlier. Had a nice run up, right? Looked like it had a chance to sort of take up some of that slack. But for now, the way I'm playing it, until I see something different, we'll revisit it once gaming hits. But the way I'm seeing it is, I'm happy with that 9x, 10x if it gets into the blow off top box. Pushing it more than a 10x from the bottom might be asking for too much in the current environment. Yeah, for me, it was all the infighting. And then the whole debacle with Spider Tanks also kind of, you know, they were claiming that Gala wanted rights to their source code. The sort of wrench that can get thrown into the whole thing though is Gala Music and Gala Films. If Gala Music and Gala Films actually gets up and running and gets somebody worth, you know, big artists like Snoop's supposed to be releasing all of the shit that they're releasing on Gala Music. But somebody that really moves the needle could make a difference. I don't know, man. I have a bad taste in my mouth for TikTok. Like the people who were supposed to buy TikTok before all of this shit happened, that billionaire dude that was gonna buy it, his plan was to run it decentralized on Polkadot. Right. So I've been in Polkadots from the lows holding on to this bullshit with, just with the speculation of them getting that deal. And now I don't know what's gonna happen. Now there's a bunch of other players in the mix. Yeah, I'll look at sushi for you. Sushi's looking good, man. Sushi's doing what it always does. Sushi just, well, not even just sushi, but sushi, uni, cake, all of them, they just need retail to come back in. They need retail traffic. Not because retail does anything when it comes to coins, but people jump on DeFi to buy coins to sell to retail. And then you'll have at least one exchange go bankrupt and this shit will go crazy. DeFi always has its run whenever you have liquidity issues on centralized exchanges. And these things are pretty low. I mean, all of them, honestly. Fake. Uni is probably the best performer out of all of them so far. But yeah, I think there's plenty of meat left on the bone. Yeah, this is just here to see how far we are from all-time high. I'm not looking for a 20x one. Yeah. The sad truth is that all the coins can't go. So having a small portfolio of really high conviction coins is going to be the way to do this last part of the cycle here. Small portfolio, large 4, 5, 6 high conviction coins, and a nice amount of money on the side to play with new narratives. Hey, mindful. We're not buying your coin, brother. Good luck, though.
Yo, I got this 10k market cap shitcoin. Can you shill it for me in the YouTube?
A man said he's 10 years old. Can we buy his coin? I'm not going to end up like the people on the other side of that little chubby fat kid holding his middle fingers up to the screen. Talk
It's
about
not called
thanks for the 30 bandos.
There was a meme where they had this picture of that kid with Donald Trump's face on it when
funny.
Melania launched.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, that Magic is Treasure is a decentralized video game console connecting games and communities together through bottom up driven IP and infrastructure unified through a common set of compromisable resources. But it launched end of 21 and it had its run up in 22 in the bear market for like close to $6 and it's 36 cents now. Pumponomics kind of look all right. It's only got little over $100 million market cap, 23.86 million in volume. A little bit of money, maybe a nice reward. Most of the supply is already out, so there's not a lot of unlocks left, if any at all.
My bad. I was just answering. Yeah, some of these guys aren't the brightest, John. Nah, that's gonna start fights, yo. What do you mean, like everybody throw their chart up or something? You're messy, Galactic.
It is. It's just like a straight Hey, Dbloc, would you look at Xyro? XYR.
Yeah. XYR?
XYRO.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, hello. Hello. I don't know what this is, but just looking at the chart, you got a bit of a bearish channel. We can't stay in this channel forever. This is going to break down. How old is this? 1 hour RSI is low. Probably taking another trip up to the top of this channel. You're going to want to break here though. If you take too many trips back down to the bottom of this channel, it's going to break. Luckily, you are building some support, but I really don't have any idea fundamentally what's going on with this. What is it, by the way? Because I've never heard of it.
I'm not really sure. And I'm not really sure why I bought it. Yeah. But I'm up. So let's take a look.
Yeah. I mean, it's stair-stepping. Looks good. It just can't hold this forever. So if you get up to the top of this range and you see that you're getting resistance, you're more than likely going to come back down to the bottom, right? Trend is your friend to the end. Probably not a bad idea to take some profits if you do move back up to like 927. Good idea. I mean, the good thing is that's a nice little move there. Another 30%. Let me go lower time frame.
I think it was a tip, an X recommendation, and I was like, oh, it doesn't look terrible.
You just cheating random contracts on X?
No, I normally don't. I've never really traded with coins or any meme coins. I stick with the bigger ones.
Yeah. Let me see if I can pull it up on Dex Screener and get some more information on it.
I like channels. Like I like playing channels like in and out.
Yeah.
I just like them. They're easy for me.
Is this the same thing?
And I'm like trying to get used to active wallets. I haven't really like I've just had Coinbase, crypto.com, and now I'm exploring getting into different wallets for different networks and
Yeah, it's overwhelming in the beginning, but you really do want to have at least one wallet on each blockchain. That's not helping any. I mean, it looks decent and it looks like it's got some momentum. Your RSI is down at the bottom. Your MACD looks like it's about to turn up. Look a decent play. Where's your stop loss though? Do you know what level you're not comfortable going under?
I gotta go look where I set it. Hold on.
Hey,
What's going on? I probably wouldn't want to play underneath a support resistance flip here. We came up, we turned resistance into support. We've had a nice push off of it. I honestly wouldn't even want to give back any of these gains. I don't know where you're in from, though.
So I moved it up actually. I have a stop at 0.052.
Okay, so you're just trailing your stop as price goes?
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to do this. Yeah, what you want to avoid is another lower high, right? You've got this trend going since you hit top. So you need that to break. And then you don't want to come down underneath 60.
Thank you.
Yeah. If that does hold, you should get that move to the top of the range. Because your measured move would be there. Put it on the break wherever that hit. And that would get you to the top of the range.
I like it. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. If you're lucky, you get to ride this range for a while.
That's the goal.
Yeah, Bubba, it's coming from the Discord. I got you. Unless there's any mods. If there's any mods in the chat. Not, I'll pull it up. My Discord's been weird with the invites lately. Mindful, if you mean buy your shitcoin, no, I don't think anybody's planning on buying your coin, brother. Yeah, no, we got that part. 10 years old, meme coin, trumpet. Do you really want me to pull it up on Deck Screener? I'll pull it up, but I don't want to. I'm going to give you the opportunity to tell me no, don't pull it up before I pull it up. Because if I pull it up, I'm going to be honest.
Wait, you're saying this guy's 10 years old?
He's saying he's 10 years old.
There's what? Go to bed.
Kids grinding, I respect it, but you're going to have to grind somewhere else. So there's no excess money here for those type of things.
Go sell lemon.
Kids ain't selling lemonade and shoveling snow no more. They're dropping meme coins and pulling for 10, 15K, bro. He put his contract address in the chat earlier, DJ. I just don't want to do it to him. I'm horrified
I didn't know.
of clicking the bubble map on that coin.
No, I know you're getting moderated and stuff, but I was just like, what? 10-year-olds here? That's and how TikTok teaches them. I'm like, there's nothing he could say that someone might listen.
All right, damn it. He got my interest.
Give them what they want.
You know how some kids know if they just keep poking you, you'll listen to.
It's a good skill to have.
Brother, your coin has $186 market cap with $281 in liquidity. I will jump on this chart right now and destroy it. Be really careful going into rooms giving people this contract address. Gonna end up happening is you're gonna lose your $300. Nah, I'm not gonna do it to him. $58 in trading volume. It's cute. There's one liquidity provider. Let's see what the top traders look like here. I mean, he's 10 years old. Let's pretend he's actually 10. Unrealized 0.1. You got botted, bro. You just got a bunch of bots in here. As soon as you dropped, I'm guessing price went up pretty quick and you got excited, right? Those were the bots picking up on early project. The highest unrealized is $6.80. Hey, at least there's no rug pull potential. Let's see the holders. I'm guessing this is you with 75% of the supply. Will you promise us that you're not going to rug pull it? And the 18% of the supply right here, is this your homeboy? Or let's check if you're connected.
His older brother. His sister.
What's with this 13% wallet that's connected to the main wallet? Well, it's not even 13%. There's hardly nothing in there. All right. Well, at least you're not being super grimy. But you do hold 75% of the supply.
Yo, what's going on?
You want to buy this 10-year-old meme coin, bro? Super low market cap.
What is it?
$186 market cap, bro. You could blow this thing up.
How much is it?
Let me change this before. Listen, we're supposed to be trolling. We're not supposed to be seriously looking at this thing.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, what are you doing, Dbloc?
You know, I'm looking for opportunities.
Oh shit! If you want to make a green candle, that's an opportunity.
And then you told Ima.
Just know that our little 10-year-old homeboy in the chat is gonna pull that rug so quick right after that green candle.
He's like, no, I'm not. Oh no, I would never.
Bro, he's just looking for $400 to get a PS5. Let's keep it real. And he's almost there. He's just got to jump in a couple more chats and get a couple more people to throw a couple dollars in there. Boom, PS5.
It's Bitcoin doing the same thing. Nothing changed.
Yeah, just send in the chat.
Yeah, I'm not condoning to that. Then he makes it, then he's like, ooh, that happens if I go bigger.
No, I'm not feeding
I'm not
that.
gonna let
No. I got little cousins that need money, bro. My little cousin need a PS5. Good John. That kid is probably 38.
And he's probably from Taiwan.
I mean, that is something to be said, right? Some of these small pools, right? Come in, grab $5,000-$6,000. That's in your currency. That might be a year or two of work.
Yes, sir.
I don't blame them for doing it. I understand why there's so many memes and so many scams. Like, life-changing money for some people.
The Axis Infinity game, man. I mean, that was life-changing to a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, brother.
Good morning, brother.
They found out how hard we went for the Trump coin. They're like, ooh, let's see if we can keep going more in there.
Dbloc, I have one request. There is one coin on Sui network. It's called DMC. Can we have a look on Sui chain?
BMC?
DMC. D for dog,
Okay.
M for mother, C for cat.
Can you turn your YouTube down a little bit in the background? It's just coming through the.
थोड़ा सा
Okay.
वॉल्यूम कम करना, नाराज हो रहा है.
Why can't I? What the hell is wrong with it?
The crypto car Blondie is backing the project.
DMC. Oh, you're not gonna believe this if I tell you. My keyboard just died. Hold on a second. Let me plug it in. I'm like, why isn't this working? I've typed this thing 3 times already. Hold on. All right, give me a couple minutes for that to charge up.
I'll make some tea.
I'll be right back. All right. Anybody crash that kid's coin yet?
We can't. He has most of the supply. Yo, Dbloc,
Yeah.
would you wait for call to go down a little bit more, or does this seem like a good spot to start?
You got to give me a second. My keyboard's still going through issues. I'll take a look at it.
Oh, no, you're good.
It's the NSA.
Nah, my keyboard's
Yeah, I
having
got a wired
issues.
keyboard.
This thing ran for the longest, bro. When I first got it, I promised I didn't have to charge it for like a month. Lately, if I don't charge it, if I don't plug it in every day, it's losing power. I think I've just ran this thing dry or something. I have no idea.
Yep, NSA. They're intercepting your signals to keylog you.
They you got malware. You didn't connect no USB ports any kind of a few days ago or something, did you?
Nah, I voted for Trump, but I should be straight. They wouldn't come after me. Speaking of NSA and secrets being revealed, You guys caught up on all of this assassination shit? Craziness, yo. I started watching a little bit earlier when I was eating, and then I popped back in, but I'm gonna finish it tonight. All the
What? Wait, what is
JFK,
it?
Martin Luther King shit.
Oh,
The paper, yeah,
I
the
was wondering.
executive order releasing all the documents. That
what
JFK
are they
thing is
asking?
crazy, bro. I was literally, I don't know, remember who was in here the other day when I said it. When I said that I think the driver is the one, the guy in the passenger seat is the one that shot Kennedy.
I heard that.
Wait,
You
Yeah,
said that.
yeah.
wait.
And turns
Yeah,
out
yeah.
that's what it is with some sort of fancy special gun that they had.
I didn't hear anything about this. Everything's out now?
Yeah, it's out now. I really need to sit down and watch somebody that had the time to put it all together and just watch their analysis because I'm not about to dig into all that shit firsthand.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. I was waiting for those YouTube icebergs to start coming.
Yep.
Wait, what video are you watching, Dbloc?
I'd have to go on my YouTube and check what it was. If you put
Wait,
JFK, there's a bunch of them right now that just go through everything that was released.
Guy on
so
Twitter.
they're saying that it wasn't a sniper in a building however many feet away. They're saying it was a driver now.
Bro, so I heard about maybe like a year or two ago, I went down some crazy rabbit hole and some dude in passing was like, everybody knows it was the driver or everybody knows it was the guy in the front seat. And I heard it, but I didn't give it no thought until I saw the video again. And every time I see the video now, I see it, bro. Plain as day.
Yeah, it reminded me of that movie. The what was that movie with John Travolta where he accidentally shot the guy in the back seat?
Yeah, and then they're
Oh,
saying
Pulp
that
Fiction?
then they're starting to say that it's an accident. It's like, bro, that was not an accident.
No.
They took my guy out. Even if they put the sniper in the tower, they made sure it was done with the dude in the front.
I literally watched the video on Instagram. People saying, "Yeah, it was on Instagram Reels." Like you can see the crazy stuff on Instagram Reels. I saw the assassination on Reels, and people talking about how the driver was the one guy who pulled the gun. So I was like, "What?" I saw it 2 days ago.
You see him
3 days
turn
ago.
around, and then if you look at her face, if you look at his wife's face, she's looking at him like, "What are you doing?"
Yep.
And then
Yep.
he
And then
shoots
the way
him,
the
and then
bullet.
they jump in the back seat and they cover her up, cover him up, and all of that.
Yeah, and if you look at the way the exit, you can kind of see where it exited. It exited like on the diagonal side of the back of the head.
Yeah, they went through that whole magic bullet theory to kind of explain how the bullet bounced around a bunch of different ways and get, you remember all the lies and all the shit they went through.
Yeah, damn it. This is an old video. This is like really old. Damn, I'm gonna have to look at it.
We're gonna have to wait a couple months for somebody to put together a good doc on this.
Where do they release those documents?
He signed. You can go to. Damn, I don't even know if you have to go to Freedom of Information Act now, but probably if you put a Freedom of Information Act order. But I'm sure they're all over Google.
Now, I never heard of anything with the Martin Luther King thing, though.
That was always the
I
feds.
just know.
We always knew that was the feds too. It was the FBI.
Like if I could tell you things that happened in Puerto Rico, that was the general of one of the generals of the United States that used to govern Puerto Rico, and what they did over there was messed up. No one's ever talking about that.
We just finally,
That was
finally have a president that the FBI was dumb enough to piss off. Because all the other presidents have known all this information, right? You just, for the good of the government, national security, faith of the American public, you don't talk about these things, But Trump is like, screw you. Trump can't stand the FBI, yo.
they had to have threatened him. So
I don't know, but they better keep him safe. For all we know, that's what the assassination attempts were. You're talking about releasing what? Okay.
Yep, and it happened right before anything. Yeah, make an example quick. We've done it before.
I mean, they used 2 dummies, but I guess you need a crash test dummy for those sort of situations, right?
Well, you know how some people are when they get threatened. They're like, "Go ahead, do it."
make the first move, and that's what happened. Trump waited for the first move, and now he's like, now I'm really gonna do it. Because he hasn't fired that guy he said he was gonna fire.
The chief.
I don't
Yeah, chief.
know. Everybody got excited, and he hasn't fired him yet. So I'm like, well, maybe he was just saying things to get votes. Like, and you guys took it too serious.
No. Nah, politicians saying shit just to get votes? That wouldn't happen. Not in this country. This is America.
I was actually watching parts of the JP Morgan documentary type of things, and I was looking at everything he did, and I was like, ooh, he made deals with gangsters.
Gangster. Dude was straight up gangster. Make deals with gangsters. He was a gangster.
He was a straight up. What do you mean he was a gunner? This dude was straight up. He was a gunner. He's oh my god, taking wives from people and shit. Yo, this dude was a G.
But yeah, all of that information is cool and all, but I want to know what those drones were, Mr. President. If you could just tell us that. Just what were the drones, bro? Like the drones that we don't talk about anymore. The drones that apparently don't exist after the new update.
Wasn't that because they were looking for like plutonium or something?
That was that went around on the internet, but they said there was so many different types of drones that you wouldn't see that. Nah, that was the old upgrade, Jamal. We got a new season now, right? It's like when Fortnite drops a new update. We downloaded that new 2025 update, and drones don't exist in this timeline. John said drones were facial recognition for deportation. I heard somebody say that was Trump's. I heard somebody say that was Trump's immigration team.
That would make sense. Why only one spot? Why only one spot?
That's funny. I mean, Jersey does have a lot of illegals in the textile industry. All the warehouse, but no, I mean, I'm not entertaining that. It was just funny.
So does Maryland. Where do you think they get their help from on the farms and that type of stuff? I know when I was over there, I saw a bunch of illegals.
I still the part that makes the most sense of me still was that it's a power grab by the FAA. Right, the FAA surveillance agreement had expired. There's laws against what they can put in the air to surveil and what they can't. There's laws against what they can take out of the air and what they can't. We found out when we had all the governors saying, look, we don't have the authority to bring these things down. Right? That's because of FAA. But then they went to Washington and said, hey, we need the rights to be able to do this because look at all these drones and the American people don't feel safe. And not only do we need to be able to take these things down, but we need to have our own drones up to be able to do surveillance on them. We couldn't even put up our own drones to surveil them because there's FAA surveillance requirements that you have to meet to be able to do that. Right? So now they push that through. They have the ability to put up drones whenever they want. You're not scared of seeing a drone in the air anymore because you just spent the whole, last 3 months looking at 70 of them. And now nobody talks about it anymore, and they've got an eye in the sky forever.
Or maybe there's somebody who's pushing mad drugs through that area, and they want to be able to. They already got the info they need.
Yeah, but there's no reason not to admit it. And to have the FBI come out and say we don't know what it is, like, come on, bro. We're not kids. Don't talk to us like we're children. I don't believe for a second that there's random shit in the sky and you don't know what it is.
And you haven't done anything to stop it
Stop,
either.
please. And you haven't gone up and grabbed one. You haven't brought one down. You haven't. Stop it. Stop. You know exactly what that is. And we had all the drone experts saying You can catch the frequency on these things. You can literally beam up, catch the frequency, what's operating them, the frequency of what's flying them, know if it's commercial, know if it's military grade, know if it's encrypted. These are all things that can be done from the ground without even touching a drone.
Yeah, one of my neighbors showed me this app where I could see each plane, what they're exactly, where they're headed to, when they're gonna land, like what is, if it's a commercial plane, if it's a plane with passengers, all that type of shit.
Yeah, they know.
After hearing that, I'm not thinking about getting on a plane anytime soon.
I usually don't care about that type of shit. It's whatever. It doesn't affect my pocket. I really don't care. But don't treat me like I'm stupid.
It's not that they're treating you, that it's the ones that they were able to treat stupid and make, and make them just forget about it. They don't care about the few who are still stuck, who are still like wondering why.
Bro,
It's like they just,
I have never seen such a hard 180 off a narrative. January 1st, January 31, my entire timeline's full of drones. January 1st, I could scroll all day and not find a drone picture. Not one. You think people stopped posting them, or you think they stopped pushing them on timelines, right? Them
well,
shits are
didn't they
gone,
admit
bro. You don't
that?
see them. You got to go down crazy rabbit holes on social now to even find a drone picture.
So now it makes sense why TikTok had to be shut down for a little bit. They were probably scrubbing all that shit and then putting it back up. Like, hey, you can have it back now.
Nah, that was a jack move. That was a straight. That TikTok move was a straight. It's crazy because as much as we talk about socialism, that was a straight jack move for TikTok. Let TikTok cancel. Take it to the point where Apple and Android take them off of the list, and everybody deletes. Right? Make them feel that pain of what it's like to not be an American company anymore and to not have that market. And then you strong arm them, right? You strong arm them with a deal that they can't afford to lose. Like he said, if you don't get my vote, TikTok is worth 0. So if you get my vote, I should get 50%. That's in real time nationalizing a company, which is not something we tend to do in this country, by the way.
All that shit about Martin Luther King, man, that's crazy. Holy cow.
I haven't got that far. But I know that there was a lot of infiltration in the group. I know that they were watching him for a dumb long time. The FBI was on his body forever. I just think it's funny that when he signed the executive orders, we automatically were like, let me guess the FBI did everything.
So let's ask for the executive order on the drones now.
Want no secrets, right? Show us the aliens.
Oh my God, they were looking for an escaped alien in Jersey, guys.
That's episode 1 of season 1, Galactic. We're not even in the second episode yet. Craziness.
MXC is still ripping to the upside. It should cool off now, but it's still ripping.
What is?
MXC. It's been ripping. It's too late now for sure, but it's ripped since 10 o'clock Eastern time.
MXC or N?
MXC.
MXE?
MXC, excuse me.
Or MXC? Oh,
Yeah, I'm tongue tied.
good. What is it?
Yeah, somebody was talking about it earlier.
Moon chain? Moon chain, huh?
So what about Gilgamesh's tomb? We ever get any info on that?
I got the FOMO on swapping my Solana into some shit coin right now.
You're bored, bro. That's boredom. You need to pull up a video game or something on the side, man. You need to scratch that itch.
Yep.
Make a video game where you trade crypto.
Yeah, but a couple gaming tokens, they looking similar. Bottom of the range, found bottom. We could go up, or we could, lose support and dump maybe another 20%, maybe. It's right there, I guess. I want to buy.
Time is at 12. We got the news cycle rolling over. Let me slide over to the research PC for a minute. I'll be back. Let me see if we got anything interesting coming across the news wires. Funny how at 12 o'clock all of a sudden shit just happens. Anybody who ever worked for the school paper or anywhere where they had to turn in an essay or an article or something under a certain period of time, you really start to understand mainstream media if you've done that. A lot of this shit is just lazy reporting. Right? I got 3 articles due this week. You start getting to the turnover of the new day, and then you just get all the bullshit recycled articles, lazy journalism. What's going on, AJ? Or Ajaya? My bad, I probably just slaughtered your name. Is what SMC? Oh, do I use SMC? No, not really. I respect it. There's a lot of use to smart money concepts, but I'm more of a hybrid trader. Retail patterns, liquidity, order book imbalances, mean reversion. I appreciate you, man. Welcome. Yeah, we're waiting for the lower trap now. We've got our trap longs. I'm waiting to come down into this range. Pick up these buy orders and trap our shorts. And then come back into this range for the weekend. So I'm just trying to set some longs. Nice, welcome. Yeah, we got quite a bit of people from India here. We're all over, really. India, Turkey, Australia, France.
We haven't seen Russians yet, have we?
We had one guy, but he didn't make it, bro. We had to kick him out for insider trading.
Cabrón.
The dude's name was some of the old heads in here might remember his name. We used to call him Lex Luthor.
Oh, that was before I even joined. That was
Yeah.
like I used to hear him though.
His name was Lex. And he would come in
He's
at
like, I
about
don't have no friends.
Yeah, he'd come in at about this time and he'd be like, my friends in Dubai are about to pump, and then America's gonna dump on all your heads. He was really like, he used to follow the market maker patterns a lot and the structure a lot, right? But he would come in and he would use it as sort of like crystal ball, right? He'd come in and be like, well, this is gonna go here, and I know because my team in Dubai is about to get active, and then our team in Australia is gonna take over and do A, B, C, or D or whatever. But one day he came in and I can't remember what we were trading. It was something that Tame was trading. And he came in and he said, I just came out of a meeting and so is about to do a deal with Litecoin. And Tame lost his shit. Because he said it on live, Tame's in an active trade, and Tame's like, oh, now it's insider trading. I can't profit off of this information or da-da-da. Because the dude worked for some blockchain. I can't remember what blockchain he worked for. And then he got kicked out for it. That dude was funny though. He liked playing the bad guy too. Like he really leaned in. He really leaned into the Russian sort of mafia stereotype. You know what I mean? He was funny.
No, I remember people would try to talk to him. He's like, I don't make small talk.
Yeah. I don't have friends. Come on, Lex, we're friends. What's gonna happen next? I don't have friends. All right, bro. Come on, baby. Take those licks, fill those orders. These guys have been waiting here patiently with about $100 million. collectively. All right, I'm here. I'm just off mic. I'm sliding over the research PC real quick while this drops.
You know, when I saw that crypto.com put the stock trades in, I thought that was going to take a lot from Robinhood and stuff, but it didn't do nothing.
Yeah, 103.67 works with a wick, right? I think we body in this range and we wick underneath. But that is where I plan on going long if we hold support. All right, let me go figure this out. I'll be back.
Wow, wow, wow. What's the deal? Where's my people? It's awfully quiet. Hmm. All right. My God, are we gonna move or what?
Yeah, I did. It's real slow. I got a taste. I got in at I was in the negative for a long time, but I got out at like 104.5. I'm glad I did. 'Cause I'd be hating life if I'd have stayed in right now. Or not really, but it don't look good. It looks like we're gonna go down some more.
Looks good to me.
Oh, what you going long now?
No, I'm still short.
Oh yeah, well yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's good for you. Yeah,
But I want to go long though. I'm waiting for this to play out.
yeah.
I'm just not gonna hold no friggin' long through this.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was trying to catch it at 104.2. I got in kind of late and it went down and it came
You
up.
know
I mean,
what? I just noticed something. Where's my Bitcoin short that was at 100? I had a short at 106K and it's gone. Did we go? Hold on. Gotta go look that up. Why is that gone? Did it? Bitcoin closed short. Oh, it went up to. It came to 106,000. 106,170. When did it do that? I didn't even know.
yeah, it
One.
shot up at 107.1.
Oh, it did that 2 days ago. It closed me out. I didn't even know until now. What is it at now?
104.313. It's it
Oh
just
wow.
hit the bed too. It might bounce at 104.2, but I wouldn't trust it.
No, I wanted to be short from like 106K. Evidently, that wasn't good enough. It took me out of it, and I didn't even know. But my other shorts are still there. Melania and Solana.
You let me know when you close that Melania short, then I might buy some.
I don't even know. I don't have no intentions of closing that anytime soon.
Yeah, I know. Maybe like never.
I'm looking for that to just go completely dead.
Unsolvent.
That's gonna turn into like Tate or what's Iggy's our mother.
Would you ever do hard leverage on that on Melania?
I am on leverage.
Like hardcore on that?
But they only let me do 50.
Oh, well, that sucks.
I'm at 200 on Sol. That's the most I can do on weeks. So I'm doing Sols at 1,170%, and Melania's at 2,173%.
Nice.
Yeah, but it's a little bit amount of money.
Yeah. Well,
So
still.
I'm just my idea is I'm gonna let the Melania run no matter what, unless the market flips, which not yet. I don't think it's coming yet, but it could. But the Solana, I'll probably close that short when Bitcoin finishes his move down to what is that he's got there? 102.
Yeah.
Value area low 102. That's it. If it gets there, I'm closing that out, and then I'll reverse to long. It's just taking so long. Golly, hurry up. I want to be done with it. It's taking days. It was supposed to be like a 1 day thing, and it's on like day 3. It's all right. Yeah, I should have put bigger. I should have put at least $50. That would have been better. $50 times 2,000%. What's that? That would have been like $1,000.
Nice.
It's not nice. I only did the $2, but it's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, profit's profit, you know.
I got a little shit coin. I went and pumped it up. It was I had $4,000 in my. I'm not gonna even say what it is here, but I had like 4,800 in it, and I went and moved it. Now it's up to like 8,900 on that. I played the Trump role. I went and pumped it up myself. Now I got it pumped up. Let's see if I can get some fish to bite and join. Then they could keep pumping it up. They could pump it up some more, and then I can get the hell up out of it.
That's right.
Filthy crypto tactic.
Whatever.
I can't say. I can't shill it.
Yeah, I just sold some. Well, I just converted my Solana into another. I bought some magic. I bought about a little over $1,000 of magic. It's at 35 cent, 34 cent.
That's that Chinese gaming coin.
I think so. But it came out in a bear market 2022, and it shot up to like almost $6.50. And I don't know. I mean, oh well, I wanted to buy something, and I've been wanting to buy that shit. And it's been a while since it went back to 35 cents, so I picked me up some.
Yeah, you could have picked any gaming coin at this point, almost.
Yeah, it was time. You know, it was time. I got Gala and some other stuff, but
Oh my God, how dead is Gala?
it's okay. I think it's gonna be all right. I picked up some Kano, and
I've
also
never heard of it.
yeah, it's CANTO.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
it's
saw
done.
Alluvium.
Yeah, it's done some crazy rips, like 1.5 cents, 2 cent to like 9 cent, then back to 2 cent. It's done that a couple times. Its all-time high is like 65, 70 cents.
Oh.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
I want super. It's the one I want.
I hear you.
What's it at now? Did it break $1? Or was it $1 the other day? Let's see if it's in the 90s. Let me see. Super SUP. Oh, 99. That's disappointing. Wanted to see 90. It's tempting. No, I'm not long in nothing yet. I know they're going to front run the dump, though. I know that, so I can't wait too long.
True.
They could shit for all we know. They could front run it right now. This could be it. I doubt it, though. Or in a weekend trap, they're not going to do nothing. They already trapped the longs way up there at 107. That was the trap. And now, is this the short trap here?
Ain't no
I
telling.
hope this ain't. I hope it's not.
Yeah, I tried to catch that short along with you, the top, and I just thought it would come around 3:30, 4 o'clock, not at like 12:30, 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. That's when we shot up to like 107.
Yeah, and they took my ass up out of my Bitcoin short, and I didn't even know.
Yeah, I'm gonna I want to slap myself because I'm like, I saw it and it was like, why not? Just go short, tight stop
Yeah,
loss right here. Like just so disappointed in myself.
it was kind of an easy choice for me.
Yeah.
Don't feel bad. They took me out of my. It went up to password. I came in and took me out.
Yeah. We was trying to make the right decisions. We was just too early.
But at that same time, that's when I opened Melania short, and that never came back. So goes to show that was the right one.
Yeah.
Well, ultimately Bitcoin was right, but they didn't want to. They wanted to come back past 106, 100, and whatever it was. So it's fine. I would have had that got in it all the way up there. Man, that's annoying. Like I'm gonna let it go past 106 and take a risk of getting wrecked. Screw that. That's my strategy. I'm not giving them no chance. I don't give a damn. I'm just gonna take entries that I know are gonna be right. If they want to take me out of it and come back and stop loss where I entered, then oh well. I'll find another entry.
That's right.
One thing they're not gonna do is take money away from me. I don't give a damn. They can waste my time though. That's what they are doing.
Yeah, I'm doing the demo on that weeks. I'm gonna play with it on weeks on the demo to get familiar with it, and then I'm gonna put some money over there. But I like it.
Yeah, it's good. I love the freedom that I got on there. I don't gotta be a dummy like on Coinbase and just go long and sit there and wait because it was so damn impossible to find perfect entries on longs or whatever spots. I mean, you can go in spot, you can only go up.
I like the reverse trade where you can reverse it.
Yeah, for real. Well, I don't touch that reverse button. Fuck that.
I'm tempted. I ain't gonna lie. I'm like, oh wow.
No, don't use that. Never use the reverse button. It's a double market and it's a rip off.
Okay, yeah, I figured it was a catch.
Always limit everything, and if you can limit. Well, I guess that's on spot though. Limit post order. But yeah, limit on leverage limit though.
How much money I need to stick over there so I can go crazy on leverage? Is there a certain amount or it don't matter?
Well, you don't need too much. You could put $100 and then do 1%, a buck on 200x, and back it up with 100.
Copy.
That's starting small. Or if you put $1,000 and put 1% of that, and then do 200x, so they can't, so you can't get liquidated. That's my idea. Stay as far away as liquidation, like crazy far away, because they're dirty. They'll figure out a way.
Oh yeah. There's scam wicks over there too.
I haven't experienced it as too bad as like KuCoin and stuff like that. That was just disgusting. But not yet, though. I'm not saying it couldn't happen. But like if I was going to short Bitcoin at 107, my liquidation would be like 180 grand or something crazy. No, I'm not. They're not doing that. But that's kind of where it's kind of messing with me because I put this small amount of money and I'm up 2,150% on Melania short with only $2. I should have put freaking $20.
Hell yeah.
Oh well. So what did I make? $40 off of $2.
Still pretty. But yeah, I know what you're saying.
It's nothing. It's nothing. I'm doing. It's a joke. That's nothing to me. But I'm waiting to go long. That's when I'm going to do a bigger amount. Like if we can get Bitcoin down to that 100 and whatever, Dbloc starts going long down there, I'm going to join in with him. I'll do a 200x with like $100. That way, when it comes back up to like 107 again, I'm sure it will. And I'll get out, pocket a couple thousand. That'll be worth something to me. Go pay my credit card bill off.
Yeah.
But I need to make a big move. Eventually, I'm going to make a big move. I mean, at this point in the market, it's going to be the big short. That's what I'm waiting for. It's already. I mean, if we're at where I think we're at, blow off top at the end, sometime at the end of this year, late this year. They like the front runs, so probably towards November, October.
Yep.
I'll do like $200 on 200x. Back it up with a couple thousand, and then try to ride it all the way back down to the bottom of the bear.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna want to do that too. I ain't gonna lie.
That's what I want to do.
I want revenge. Let me tell you something.
Me too.
Before we got to 95,000, I was one of them bull soldiers on the front line that got liquidated twice to try to get over 95. And then when we got to 99.9, I got liquidated there the first time we tried to get over 100. So I can say I tried. I was one of the first soldiers to try to climb up Hamburger Hill, and I got slaughtered. Okay.
You were trying to play the breakout, the 100 grand breakout.
Yeah, well, yeah. Then I didn't go in at 99.9, but I rode it up there and then stayed in it and then just let it come down and get me because I was like, hey, I want to be one of the guys to say, hey, I helped get us over 100K. But
where did it get you at?
Oh, it got me liquidated. I mean, I was
what was the price of Bitcoin it liquidated at?
Liquidated me. Shit, I was playing $500 contracts. It was like
No. I'm saying how much was Bitcoin at? Like, what were you able to? Like, did it come down to 90,000?
Oh no,
you were long.
Yeah, I entered up. I entered up way up there with it. Like I got in, I think like the twice I got liquidated at 95, I got in at like 94.9, 94.8, and then didn't get to 95.5, and then or 95.5, and then it was 95, and then it come down and got me. I didn't have a stop loss. I mean, I kind of do. I mean, I only risk about 1%.
I think I remember that. 95, yeah.
Yeah, it was 95. Like we got to 94.99 and didn't go nowhere. I was over at Bitcoin Live, which is I was over there for a little while, and did okay, but shit started turning into Jeopardy, and it's like, this is not Jeopardy. You don't need to be the first one at the party.
That don't matter. It's all about the entry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so what are we doing? We're trying to pretend to go up here, I guess. We already did that. They might just do a little quick short squeeze here, and then once that ends, it'll be a dump.
Yeah, I'm a better scalper. Like I'd have been more money if I'd have stayed in it. I mean, it looked like it might have made that stiletto pattern and might be on the breakout now.
I see my little Ricky Dent gains are coming down a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, I don't believe it. We're in a weekend. You know how it works on the weekend, don't you? We're not going to do nothing.
Yeah, I've picked on. I mean, when you don't trade and you just spot buy, you don't know nothing. You know, you got to start trading leverage trading. Then your eyes open.
And then you start to notice more. Look at his chart. You see what he's got drawn.
Yeah.
We're staying in there. We're at the bottom of it. So, I mean, it might come back up to, 105, whatever. I'm not going to risk closing my shorts because of that. Because dominance can pump up and that won't even matter.
Yeah, my time 8:30, 9:30. The fish is biting, but I was trying to catch that top. I tried to catch it last week going into the trap. And but even if it's at the bottom, if we're downhill, try to catch that long going into the trap. Depending on where we're at, just missed it in the last 2 weeks. Been missing it, but looking, I could, know what it's to come. But
a little long.
But Wednesday and Thursday, I've been doing good between 8:30 and 9:30.
Yeah, we were a little long here to the CME close. Maybe if it comes down a little more. Yeah, I might. I think I'm going to do it. If we can come down a little more, I'll open along. Keep my shorts open. Just a quick trade. Like from 104 up to 105. Yeah, that's it. 104 to 105, real quick trade. I think I'll do that. Drop another 380 real quick and I'll do it. Oh, yeah, drop it to 104 on the dot. I like that 104. Oh, then if it gets there, that's it. All them longs, if it liquidate, might go for them.
Mm-hmm.
Then we'll see 130. I think that's more logical. 103. It eats through some of them liquidations in that green he's got drawn down there. Right into that average, which is right in the thick of it. And that'll take all those red lines. They front run it. It doesn't go to 50% level. It gets to the bottom of the green, misses that. and then that's when I go long, reverses up, comes back up to 105,000 into the CME gap again, into the weekend trap, stays in it, and then continues to bleed down.
I like it.
But
Yeah.
I'm not going to take the risk of closing my shorts because of that. But that would be my idea. But of course, the long would have a tight stop loss, but I won't take that until I see them come down more. A little complicated, but go to bed.
Bed, what's that?
I don't want to fall asleep in the chair, then I fall asleep and I wake up and my neck can be killing me.
I think all of us has been having that problems for sure the last 3 months.
You fall asleep in your chair at your desk and your neck just like points down. You wake up and your whole back of your neck hurts.
Yeah, I got an epidural steroid shot in my neck, so it don't hurt near as bad. But yeah, that definitely took away a lot of the pain. But for the first 2 weeks, dude, shit, I thought I was gonna die.
Why is that happening to you?
I was in a bad car wreck, and I need surgery on my neck and shoulder, but they just shot me up with steroid shots and epidural steroid shot.
Well, I hope you got paid.
I'm working on that, but if I just get my stuff fixed, I'll be happy with that,
Yeah, you need a couple hundred down.
Yeah, it was rough. This person hit me hard. I jumped a medium. I missed 2 cars. Jumped the medium back.
Don't let them off the hook.
I ended up at the Harley Davidson shop, and yeah, it was crazy.
Don't be dumb like me. I've had it happen a couple of times and didn't take advantage. Somebody just straight up ran through the freaking four-way, hit me in the side, didn't even stop. And I didn't even capitalize. I took the quick money like a fool.
Yeah, I'm doing I'm acting like it's a trade. You know what I mean? I did what I was supposed to do. Like what you said. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, and it's a long-term trade, and it's going to probably be a year from now before it settles.
Yeah, we got plenty of time, so we're in January still. February, March, April, May, June, July. We got like 7 months till this thing is over.
Yeah. I got last season's playbook. I mean, if I didn't get into this, knowing how to catch the knife, investing good in the bear markets gave me the ability and the freedom to learn how to leverage trade. And I've got the freedom. I'd be up shit creek, dude, if I didn't invest in crypto the last 4 years.
I'm about in the opposite position. I was unlost more than ever lost in my life doing something.
So I'm coming close to that too. Oh man, I've had some nice gains, and I have pissed them away, leverage trading, doing everything wrong. I've about got that out my system, But oh man, I see. Oh Lord, man. Yeah.
I lost most of my money doing spot, just not trading. Just riding the stupid ass gaming coin all the way down and never even budging. And then finally giving up. Only to watch the coin that I was in back then, which was big time. It's still a piece of trash right now. I would be in the same position. It still did nothing. What was that? I was like at 50 something cents with 100 grand. Thing went all the way down to freaking 7 cents.
Oh God. No.
Now it's at like 10 cents. And when we had the pump the other month, it came up to like 20 something cents. That was it. So I would have never got it back. I could have brought it up to 20 cents and got rid of it and got some of the money back, but still was a total nightmare to this day.
Hell yeah, it is.
And I'm not the only one. It's happened to a lot of people who held alts, who bought them at that time when they never came back. Especially gaming, which was unfortunately what my plan was back then. I had thought by this time in the market now they had have done crazy, massive rips. Well, look at them. You're looking at Magic. There you go. Prime example.
Yeah. It could happen.
And now you want it now. I think you should leave it alone.
Yeah, I'm not trying to brag. It's not bragging. It's embarrassing, but I've lost 30 grand before. And that
I lost more than that.
but that 30 really, oh God, I don't want to ever do that again.
It's still a lot. It's still a lot.
Hell yeah, dude, that broke my heart. And then some. I mean, crying and looking in the mirror and all that shit.
You know what? It changes you. Like, I mean, it didn't change my lifestyle at all. I knew it wouldn't coming in, but to think of the things that you could have bought, though, that's what pisses me off.
Yeah.
I'm way above that number. So this is what it is. But the money that I lost was from a property that I had made. A 5,000 property ended up turning into a $250,000 property, which I still own. But now I got the lien against it for the 100 grand, but it still appraises for 250 grand.
Well, there you go. Yeah. See,
that's where I pulled the money from.
Yeah. See, that hurt. And if you got that for an hour,
it did hurt. It didn't bury me though at all, because the property's still going up. So I'm anticipating in the next. Well, there's going to be a real estate crash. That's the only problem, but I don't know. We'll see if that even happens.
Well, you somewhat protected yourself and you swung for it. And if it had worked out, man, it'd have been awesome.
If it worked out, I would have been a millionaire. That's what I was going for.
Yeah, why not? Hell yeah. You know, that's what we're here for, to get out, you know, yeah.
It was 100,000 or a millionaire. And now it's trying to just get the 100,000 back. But that's what it is. The property I'm anticipating is going to go up to 300 to 400,000. So I'm using the real estate to bail me out again. I should have just stuck with that. I bought the property for $5,000. It's so hilarious.
Well, that was a win.
I know. I bought several for that cheap. You wouldn't even believe it. And I was selling them for like 20 grand. These are like, they were in like dangerous neighborhoods that nobody would go to. But
Still
a
good
lot
for
of things have happened since then, and the city's cleaned up and knocked down a lot of stuff, and it's like everything is totally flipped from worthless to 200 grand for anything now. It's like 15 years ago. Well, more than that now. It's going on near 20 shit.
Yeah, it's flown by. The last 24 years has been like zero.
Because I was getting all those properties at the bottom. I didn't even know what was going on back then. But it was at that time, it was in the real estate cycle, it was the bottom of it.
Yeah.
And I didn't even know.
You know, if you did know, you might not would have bought. By being blind about it, you probably hit it at the perfect time.
I did. I nailed it. Like that did everything for me back then. And I still to this day hold some of them. But I don't know. It's all right. It's not what the plan was, but whatever. I guess I've tried to justify losing all that money, but
Whatever it takes for it don't hurt as much. You know, it don't
yeah.
nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, that definitely makes it not hurt as much knowing that it was money that I had made off of something that made crazy amounts of money that I still have that's still going up. But still, I'm going to get it back. That's my goal.
That's right.
And I'm going to put that short in when we get to that point. 200x. $200 only. And then hopefully at that time, Bitcoin goes up to like 150K. I put it in. And then Bitcoin comes all the way back down. What did it go to before?
The last cycle bottom was 15.4 or 15.6.
And that came down from like what, 60 something?
68.4 in
So 68.
October.
So what's the ratio? What's the fraction there? 68 to 15. Let's see, 15
math,
times
4x.
2. That's like a 4x. So let's see, we did 150 divided by 4 is 5, 4. That's 4. It's like, so we cut back down to like 40,000.
Yeah,
40
well,
something. 40, 50,000.
when we broke out, okay, now I've noticed a couple of times where on the 15-minute, 5-minute, I've done a bull flag in the breakout, but it came back down to the bottom of the, not the flagpole, but the bottom of the flag pattern. And I kind of noticed that a couple of times. We had to retest there once in a while, and it did it yesterday. But now, before we broke out, like we made that huge cup and handle, and before we broke out the handle, we wicked like 2-3 weeks before we broke out. Remember, we wicked down to 49,000, and then it was like within a 3-week time, some people bought Bitcoin at 49,000, and it shot up to 90,000 within a 3-week time period. So
that's right.
That wick at 49,000, I'm like, that could be I'm like, that could be the bottom. Like that could be the bottom next cycle. Like I want to remember that 49K.
That's funny. That's exactly pretty much the number I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's like 40, 50, somewhere there. So we got to get to 150 still. Let's see what these alts want to do. That's what they should do. Their crazy blow off top. Now, let me see when I'm going to get into a long. I'm going to get some of that. See 20, what's a 20-30% dip from what did we just top out at 115 or something?
I think we did 110.
Did we get higher than that before that? I don't remember. Well, let's just say 110 then. So let's do 30% down from there. That's 70. Take another 30 off the 10. That's another 7. So 77K.
Yeah.
That's a 30% dip. We come down to 77K. Then ride that up to 150 and it's over with.
Yeah, I got like 109, a little over 109.5, 109.6. Was the high. So we could say beer math 110.
Well, there's going to be 30% dips along before we even see the 150K. We're going to see 30% dips several times.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking the 30% dip from the 100 and whatever it hit 10 or whatever. So 30% off of the 100 is 70, and then 30% off of the 10 is 7. So 77. 77, 80K, somewhere in that range. That's the perfect long right there to me.
Yeah, I've heard that number. Good bit. 77, 79, 85. But when Dbloc said 89, 90,
no,
2 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago when that shit hit, oh man, I was tearing out a kitchen cabinet out of a house, putting it into another house. And I was well, no, I was out of state and I was away from the computer, but I remember him saying for a while that 90, that 89, 90, and I'm like, man, it hit it too, and then it ran up hard. And I'm like, doggone it.
Yeah, I never came back, and now we're over here.
Yeah.
104. Look at that nasty little wick down it just did. The dominance is peaking. What is it at? 58. It was just at 59 almost. What's my short doing? Well, man, I'll catch you later. I'm going to go to bed. It's pretty dead.
All right, Dan.
I'll see you.
Yep.